just where the
unchanged.
Most of the cast would play poker, and I was watching the OJ trial.
That's what you did during. I cannot believe your daughter is 17.
I know.
Are you freaking out? Are you an empty nester yet?
I'm gonna be, yeah. And I didn't think about it for a while, and recently it hit me, and that's gonna be tough.
How do you anticipate it being? Like, do you think, will everything be different for you when that happens?
I think so. I mean, she is the kind of kid that's either in her room or out. So there will be things like, I didn't notice she was here anyway. She's very independent, and it's going to be hard for sure.
By the way, she's got a beautiful singing voice. I've got to listen to her on your Instagram a little bit. It's really good.
She's really good.
Is that something she's thinking about?
Oh, for sure. She's going to go into the arts, and 100%.
How about you? You're like playing the piano, and you just yell to her, "Coco, come sing," and she's like, "No, I'm not coming." She just does.
I can't get her to do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking about just the dishes. I cannot get her to help me on I just want her to sing for me on a little piano. No, she won't.
Your house, I was just watching some of the stuff you do. It seems like such a fun place to be. You invite in, like, you'll have Ed Sheeran, Elton John said that people are coming over for dinner. What is life like at your home?
Well, I've been having these Sunday gatherings forever because there's really no community in LA. It's so spread out. I don't have any family there. My closest sister's in Newport. So I've been doing this for the longest I can remember. My grandmother used to do it. I have 21 first cousins, so I kind of need that.
You have 21
gathering.
first cousins?
Yeah. So now that I live in LA, I have all kinds of people.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a real coup to have Elton John.
How did that even come to be? What was that?
Ed invited him for dinner because he was staying there, and I was obviously in awe. But I do have a really interesting group. It could change every week. It doesn't matter what you do. It's nice. You meet people that you would never normally meet, and I don't mean famous. I'm just talking about
regular,
just great people.
Wow. We're both 57, which when I was reading that, I was just like, wow. And you talked about, I think it was to one of the magazines, about how we were all chasing our youth. We want to go, we want to go back in time. And how do you feel about that as we sit here in these chairs today?
Well, I had made some comment that was really blown out of proportion.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to teach anybody anything. I was just talking about myself, and it was years ago. But I mean, aging is not easy, but you just, at a certain point, you just relax into it and are happy with the parts that are good about it. I mean, I used to come here and would have been a nervous wreck, and now I'm older.
Totally chill.
I'm comfortable. I just talk to you all day.
You used to be a nervous wreck here?
Well, I was just thinking, who does this? And it's all live, and oh my God, and timing, and 4 seconds, wave to the camera. And I was like,
now
okay.
you're a different place. Are you happy right now?
Oh yeah, I'm really happy.
By the way, your man is hot.
Yeah.
You have a great man. Are you guys getting married or?
We've been together for 8 years,
Yeah.
and he's just, I don't think about marriage. We just are
happy.
Yeah.
You're just happy.
Yeah.
Like Goldie and Kurt, you're just happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's so talented, and I still have a talent crush.
See, that's the coolest.
And a great voice.
He's got a great voice, too.
I don't mean singing. I sometimes just say, do you mind leaving me a voice message, even though we just hung up?
Just so you can listen to him. Wow. Well, good luck with this show. I hope a lot of people check it out. It's called Shining Veil. It premieres Sunday night on Stars. Courtney, thank you for coming to see us.
Thank you.
And we should mention Shining Veil premieres again on Stars Sunday night. Still to come, we're marking 30 years, if you can believe it, of the classic My Cousin Vinny.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. You know, this month marks 30 years since the release of the beloved My Cousin Vinny. Joe Pesci starring as a wise guy Brooklyn lawyer who travels south to defend an innocent relative. And he joined Today back in 1992 to fill us all in on that role.
Vinny Gambini, what's he like?
Well, he's a street guy from Brooklyn who has a lot of heart, a little tough guy, but he uses all his street smarts and whatever brightness he has to try to get his cousin out of jail who's being held for murder in Alabama. So it's a lot of fun when he gets down there.
Yeah, Vinny's fairly unsophisticated about the judicial process. In terms of the movie, is he ignorant?
Well, I don't think he's ignorant. I mean, he's ignorant to the process in the court. He's never been in the courtroom before. So he doesn't know what he's doing, but he learns, he watches the other lawyer, and he reads. The one thing that it doesn't show in the film that was probably cut out somewhere along in the editing was that he's dyslexic. So his big problem is that he can't read fast enough, so it's hard for him, and it's pretty funny.
How much freedom, Joe, did you have in terms of defining Vinny's character?
I had a lot of freedom. I always start off that way with the director and producers. I get a vision of what I think the character should look like and what he should be like from the script, and then I usually go with that, and they let me, thank God.
Is it true what I heard that you used the character that you played in Raging Bull to help you define Vinny?
No, I heard that too. I think that somehow the writer said that when he was writing it, he may have said that he had me in mind, and maybe from seeing Raging Bull, but I certainly don't see any similarities. I think Vinny uses his street smarts to better himself in a way, to educate himself better, and he wants to be an attorney, so he's looking for a better life for himself, not just a street kid,
All right, let's run the clip in here, and I'll set it up. One of the two youths who charged, innocent youths, I might add, who are charged in an Alabama town with murder is your cousin. This is where the two of them meet you and try to decide who's representing them.
What kind of cases have you had? Assault and battery, armed robbery,
No.
Well, I expect he's done burglary, grand theft auto, drugs, right, Vin?
Nope, nothing like that either.
What kind of law do you practice?
Well, up till now, personal injury.
Well, you're a trial attorney, right? I mean, personal injury trials.
Well, actually, this would be my first foray into the trial process. I haven't had to go to court yet. Knock on wood.
You haven't had to go to court yet. How long have you been practicing?
Almost 6 weeks.
But, Vin, you graduated from law school 6 years ago. What have you been doing since?
Studying for the bar.
6 years?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of studying.
Hey, Joe, this role combined with your parts in the Super, the Home Alone series, the Lethal Weapon series, are giving you a reputation for comedy. Is that the plan?
No, it's not really the plan. It's just I take things as they come. The scripts as they come along that I like, I wind up doing. So it's been running into comedies, and I'll go along with whatever comes, as long as it's a good script,
You're an actor who's in demand right now, and what criteria are you accepting or declining scripts?
Jeez, I don't know. I just I have to really like the characters and enjoy it myself. That's basically what I go by.
You've been making movies back to back for nearly 3 years right now. Is that the kind of schedule you want to keep?
No, I have to slow up so that I can work on my golf game so I can beat you.
Well, you lost last time, but look, let me...
No, I didn't lose. Wait a minute.
What?
I get shots and I won, remember?
Well, you get shots and we flatted. I wasn't going to bring it up, but don't worry about it. Look, one quick quote from an interview I saw you said to the LA Times, and I'm quoting you, okay? It says, at this point, I'm sick of making movies. I have 3 movies coming out next year, but I might not make any more after that. I mean it. I might just stop.
I don't think I had that much money.
You don't still feel that way?
I'll probably stop for a little bit. I mean, I need a rest. That's somebody talking that just needs a rest, I think, you know?
Yeah.
I'll probably, after Home Alone, which ends in April, I'll probably try to get at least a month off, and I think that'll cool me out a little bit. I mean, I have to do this. It's, you know, it's something that I really have to do. It's not, I just love to act, so I'm going to wind up doing it until I probably croak behind the camera.
All right. After that, we'll have a rematch.
I mean, in front of the camera, not behind it.
I understood what you meant.
Oh, what a classic. Who doesn't love My Cousin Vinny? Plus, it landed Marissa Tomei an Oscar. Well, that's going to do it for today's Pop Start Plus. Be sure and join us right back here tomorrow. Have a great day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All
day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? The unicorn.
The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day. Well, hello to all of our friends out there watching in Today All Day Land. This is Today in 30. Got Craig with us today.
It's because Savannah's down in Washington, D.C. Savannah, of course, covering President Biden's State of the Union, which is our top story. The president using his address to deliver a stern message to Vladimir Putin and the challenges facing Americans here at home. Savannah's going to bring us the highlights, the reaction, and also her conversation with Vice President Harris.
Then our friend Jill Martin is opening up about a private and personal health battle she's been facing for years, and she's sharing some important details for women who may be going through something similar.
All that. Plus, we did do some celebrating this morning. We marked National Read Across America Day and also a milestone for Read with Jenna. Ms. Copper, you ready?
I'm ready. That librarian, by the way, didn't see any of those surprises coming.
Oh,
all right. What's the time for?
Today in 30.
We will begin our coverage with NBC's chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. Peter, good morning to you.
Savannah, good morning. This was a tale of two speeches last night. First, the state of the world, or perhaps more specifically, the state of Ukraine, stacked on top of a more traditional State of the Union address. President Biden slamming Vladimir Putin's war, arguing the Russian president is now more isolated from the world than ever, and that the U.S. and its allies are inflicting pain on Moscow before looking to revive his stalled agenda here at home. Entering a chamber filled with yellow and blue, the colors of the Ukrainian flag, President Biden forcefully condemning Vladimir Putin.
He has no idea what's coming.
Denouncing the Russian invasion as premeditated, totally unprovoked, and a mistake of historic proportions.
He badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people.
Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. receiving a standing ovation and an embrace from First Lady Jill Biden. While the president emphasized U.S. troops would not fight in Ukraine, he delivered this emphatic warning to Russia.
The United States and our allies will defend every inch of territory that is NATO territory with the full force of our collective power. Every single inch.
With Russia already facing crippling economic sanctions, the president announcing a new penalty to further isolate Moscow, barring all Russian flights from U.S. airspace. The president also suggesting America is finally emerging from the pandemic.
Stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. See it for what it is, a god-awful disease.
And despite a fast-growing economy, President Biden acknowledging too many people are still feeling the pain of rising prices.
Inflation is robbing them of gains they thought otherwise they would be able to feel. I get it.
In one surprising moment of unity, the president trying to move his party to the middle with a message on crime that even got some Republicans on their feet.
The answer is not to defund the police, it's to fund the police.
Throughout his speech, the president was repeatedly heckled by a pair of far-right Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, including when he invoked the memory of his late son.
I know. 13. One of those soldiers was my son, Major Bo Biden.
Boebert yelling 13 of them, an apparent reference to the number of service members killed during the U.S.'s chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. The president's speech immediately panned by Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds, who gave the Republican response.
It's time to lead. But we can't project strength abroad if we're weak at home.
In the end, President Biden praising Americans' resilience and resolve.
The State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong.
And here at home, with COVID cases declining, the president also detailed the next phase of his pandemic response, including a new test to treat initiative designed to provide patients with new antiviral medications just as soon as they learn that they are infected. Still on Ukraine, in this moment of global uncertainty, the president really looked to rally the world together in its fight against autocracy overseas, hoping that he may also be able to unite Americans behind other presidential priorities here at home. Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you very much. And joining us now, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Madam Vice President, good morning. It's good to see you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Well, as you know, the U.S. and its allies have unleashed massive sanctions on Russia, inflicting real pain on the Russian regime. We've seen actions from Western nations that were unthinkable 2 weeks ago. That said, Putin is continuing with this campaign. It grows more brutal by the day. Do you still believe these actions that the U.S. and the West have taken will be enough to stop him?
Well, Savannah, first of all, let's talk about the tragedy and the atrocity of what Russia is doing. This reinvasion of Ukraine, what it is causing in terms of loss of human life, what it means in terms of invading the sovereignty and territorial integrity of an independent nation. This is why the United States has been a leader in bringing together our allies, our NATO alliance, the EU, to stand firm and resolute with some of the most severe sanctions and consequences that we've ever seen as a unified group. And what has the impact been? Well, the impact already. We've seen the ruble is in a free fall. What we've seen is the Russian stock market is closed. What we've seen is that Russia has received a credit rating of basically junk. So we know it's having impact. But we also are acutely aware of the human tragedy of it all. I mean, just yesterday I saw an image, I'm sure you saw, of a missile that was just feet away from a children's playground. So this is an ongoing issue of great concern. Yesterday I spoke with, as I've been throughout the course of these many weeks and months, but yesterday I spoke with the prime ministers of Poland, of Latvia, Lithuania, Slovenia. I talked with Romania about what we will continue to do as the United States to support our allies, and what we will continue to do to reassess on a constant basis.
In some ways, what you just said makes the point. I mean, these sanctions are having quite the effect on the regime, and yet the regime, Vladimir Putin, continues apace with some of these brutal attacks that are only getting worse by the day. So my question to you is, what more is the West and the U.S. prepared to do? Last night, the president ad-libbed a line. He said that Putin hasn't seen, he doesn't even know what's coming next. I'm ad-libbing there, but he basically said he doesn't even know what's coming. So what else do we have to throw at this when Putin so far is undeterred?
Well, we are going to continue to do what we've done. For example, in the sanctions, it's been sanctions against their financial institutions, against their oligarchs, where we are targeting their mansions and their jets. What we are going to continue to do is stand firm with our allies in terms of reassessing what we are doing with sanctions. Everything is on the table for consideration, frankly. What we are not going to do, and that must be said also, is, as the president has continuously said, we are not going to put U.S. troops in Ukraine to fight the Russians on the ground or in the air. But we are firm in our preparedness to defend our NATO alliance and our allies every inch of the NATO territory. And we will continue to do that. And then, you know, for example, yesterday when I was speaking with the Prime Minister of Estonia, we are also prepared to stand together, reassessing on a daily basis what are the needs of the Ukrainian people, constant contact with President Zelensky, to make certain that on a daily basis we're addressing the humanitarian needs as well as the security needs and the economic needs of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people.
There is bipartisan agreement that there should not be U.S. direct military involvement in Ukraine, but I'm wondering if you can shed some light on where the lines are. For example, Putin is now prepared to lay siege to city centers like Kiev and Kharkiv. We've already seen it. Senator Rubio said it looked like it was going to be a medieval siege that could result in the starvation of millions. Here's my question. Is the U.S. willing to use any of its military capabilities, for example, cyber weapons, to help Ukraine defend itself?
As we have said, and I'll repeat, we're not going to put U.S. troops on the ground to fight Russians in Ukraine, and not on the ground or in the air. However, we have been supplying Ukraine and our allies with an extraordinary amount of support that is about security assistance and military assistance. As I'm sure you know, we have deployed thousands of U.S. troops to our NATO alliance countries, Poland being one example, because we are prepared to assist our allies with what they need in terms of support, for example, in receiving refugees. But also we are there because we are an alliance, and as we have unified and continue to strengthen that alliance, part of the important component of that is that we stand together and we stand strong and resolute. And so we will continue to do that.
On another topic, would the U.S. be willing to share intelligence with Ukraine to facilitate some kind of strike, for example, on that convoy, that 40-mile Russian convoy that is currently situated right outside Kiev?
Well, I'm not going to get into the details of intelligence, which is obviously classified information, but I will say that, as has always been the case, we will share information with our allies that is in pursuit and support of our mutual concerns and priorities.
The Ukrainian ambassador has said the only way to really hit Putin where it hurts is to go after his oil and gas sector. And some senators agree, Republican and Democrat. Senator Joe Manchin, for example, mentioned that the U.S. is still currently buying approximately 600,000 barrels of crude and other petroleum products every single day. Is that on the table? Is that something that the administration would continue or would consider in terms of further sanctions, cutting off the oil and gas part of the economy for Russia?
Well, as you know, that on this issue, for example, we applaud Germany in terms of what it has done as it relates to Nord Stream 2, as it relates to what we need to do domestically as well as what we need to do in terms of this issue generally. We have, as the president said, reevaluated what we're doing in terms of the strategic oil reserve here in the United States to make sure that it will not have an impact, or we can mitigate the impact on the American consumer. But let's take this one step at a time, understanding that right now, on the issue of energy, our allies have stood firm and unified in a way that many of the pundits didn't predict would happen, to ensure that we are unified in our approach to this issue.
Let's talk about Vladimir Putin for a moment. Some former officials, former DNI Director James Clapper called him unhinged. Condoleezza Rice called him erratic. Robert Gates saying he's off the rails. Our own intelligence indicating that he is somewhat disconnected from reality. I know you're not a psychiatrist here, but how do you assess his mental state at the moment in terms of his calculations and his ambitions?
Well, listen, one thing is clear. Vladimir Putin has invaded Ukraine again, and we have been saying for weeks that we know it would happen. What is clear is that he intends to topple the Ukrainian government, and that is why we are standing firm and bringing our allies together to show our strength and our unified strength. And one thing I'm certain of, Savannah, is that what history will show is that Vladimir Putin basically ended up strengthening NATO and weakening Russia.
And finally, one of the more disturbing developments in the last week is Putin rattling his nuclear sword, putting his Russian nuclear forces on special combat readiness. Have you seen Russia take any concrete action to back that up? The U.S. did not respond in kind. Do you not take that as a serious threat?
Well, we listen to everything, obviously, but it is irresponsible to escalate, and we feel very strongly about this. As you know, we have a history of working with Russia in terms of this issue, and we will move on in terms of making sure that there is not escalation around this. Frankly, I think it's highly irresponsible. It's something we will obviously monitor, but our position is that we are not going to contribute to an escalation in that direction, and we have no intention of changing our posture.
Then in the few moments we have,
our approach.
Yeah, there is obviously a refugee crisis. More than 600,000 Ukrainians have already had to flee. Some border countries are lifting restrictions, more or less saying, come on in. Will the U.S. do the same? Are we prepared to lift some of that red tape to accept Ukrainian refugees?
Well, right now, there is an urgent situation taking place, to your point, and you've been covering it. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians flee Ukraine because of the violence that Russia is exacting on that country. We have been giving support, for example, to our allies, such as Poland. When I spoke with the Prime Minister of Poland yesterday, we talked extensively about that and what we can do to continue to increase and to support the humanitarian assistance that is necessary to address the refugees and ensure that they are being treated in a humanitarian way. We are going to continue to do the work of, in fact, American troops are there to help Poland in terms of processing folks as they are crossing the border to ensure that people are able to safely flee harm.
Vice President Kamala Harris, up late, early morning. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This morning, our friend Jill Martin is opening up about her own health to raise awareness for all women out there. And we are so glad you are telling this story.
Yes. Thank you. And you'll meet my doctor in a moment. But good morning, everyone. This has impacted my life for some time, but I haven't chosen to share my experience until now. Many women suffer for years because of the fear that a hysterectomy is the only option. But there may be less invasive procedures if addressed early. I wanted to share my journey with fibroids.
Okay, I'm going in.
Last month, I underwent a procedure to finally heal an issue I've suffered from for years, fibroids. I've had them since 2019, and my mom has lived with them for years with no issue. But at the start of the new year, many viewers were noticing a change in my body. Some thinking I was pregnant, others asking if I had gained weight. Turns out my stomach physically became distorted by the fibroids. The pain, unbearable. One of mine had grown to the size of a grapefruit, and it was sitting on my uterus. It hurt to have intercourse, and I was constantly having to use the restroom because of all the pressure. In February, with my fiancé Eric by my side, I underwent uterine fibroid embolization, performed by vascular and interventional radiologist Dr. Mark Schiffman at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell. I have 2 fibroids. Are we going to try to get both or just the big one?
Well, you have 2 bigger ones and then multiple smaller ones. We're gonna shoot to kill.
Upon further examination, I didn't have 2 fibroids. I actually had 18. This procedure doesn't get rid of the fibroids. It cuts the blood flow to them, which helps them to shrink and become manageable.
And Dr. Schiffman said that I was a champ.
I will know if it worked in 6 months, but I am already on the mend.
The silver lining is it's over. You get to see me like this.
And still smiling as always. Jill, you are absolutely incredible. Joining us also is Dr. Karen Brodman, Assistant Clinical Professor of Gynecology at Mount Sinai. So good morning to you as well. And Jill, you know, this is, it's very difficult to come out with something that you're dealing with quietly for so long. Why did you decide now is the time to tell us?
Yeah, and you've done it. And, you know, I feel like as a family, I've been with the show for 13 years, and our viewers, you know, we share the good. And I think as a family, to find strength, you have to share the bad. Yes. And, you know, and so that was one reason. The other reason is that it's fixable. And for me, you know, I feel like if something is fixable, I'm grateful that I was able to share this because I can help so many women. And the last reason is that I feel like, you know, for me, the choice of when over 70% of women have fibroids. Okay. And historically, you think that hysterectomy is the only option.
So you deal with it.
So you deal with it, and you deal with the pain, and you see the way my body was just, I didn't look like me or feel like me, and the pain was so unbearable. And the thought of not being able to carry children, although that's not in my plan right now, wasn't an option for me. And so to be exposed to these other options that so many women don't know about is why I'm sharing this. And I think Dr. Brodman can help shed light. You know, so many people out there are suffering in silence. They're called silent sufferers.
So Dr. Brodman, to that point, I mean, so in the piece there, Jill talked about her mom having fibroids, but I guess they pretty much lay dormant for her life. I mean, why does that happen for some women and not for others? And who's most at risk?
Well, you know, that's a great question. So women, we usually see fibroids
present in the 30s and 40s. Often there's a family history. We find that Black women, African American women, are more impacted than others. Their fibers are usually a little more aggressive, and they are faster growing, and they occur at younger ages. So it's a fairly common problem across, all demographics.
First of all, we love you, and I can't believe that you have the strength to share this, and we're so proud of you.
Thank you.
I want to ask the doctor the symptoms that Jill described: abdominal pain, frequent urinating, pain during intercourse.
Right.
Are these the most common symptoms? Is this what you're always seeing?
They are very common, very common. There are three basic areas of symptoms that we see. One of the presenting symptoms is often heavy menstrual bleeding, bleeding between periods. And that is usually the first, literally, red flag. Other symptoms include pressure symptoms. The fibers get very large. They start to push on various parts of the body, bladder pressure, pelvic pressure, pelvic pain, and then finally fertility issues. So these fibers are large masses in the uterus, and they can sometimes prevent fertility or prevent pregnancy, and often they can cause miscarriages or even cause problems later on with a pregnancy. But it's not universal. It depends on the size and the location and the number.
So what is the treatment besides a hysterectomy?
Lots of treatments. So you really have to tailor the treatment to what is going on with the patient. And it's also patient-centered treatment. If it's heavy bleeding, we can sometimes treat that with medications alone. If it's a pressure symptom, then we can either resort to surgery, including hysterectomy or myomectomy, or other less invasive, minimally invasive procedures.
But there are options,
Yes.
and that's what I want to get out of this, is that ask your doctors, ask the questions. There are less invasive options other than the historic hysterectomy.
Are they gone?
So I'm still like with the heating pad. I'm okay. I'm healing. They'll know in 6 months if it works, but I'm just very grateful that it's fixable, and thank you for everything.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for telling your story.
We're going to help a lot of people.
Absolutely. Such an important story to tell. Jill, Dr. Broadman, thank you so much. Jill and both her doctors are actually going to stick around to answer viewer questions live starting at 10 a.m. Eastern on our Today Show Instagram page. Jill also wrote a personal essay about her experience that you can check out on today.com.
Well done.
Thank you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Well, the woman behind our popular book club is here, along with a team of authors. As you've seen on the plaza, she's handpicked all along the way.
We're going to find out what they're up to in just a bit. But first, JB, you got a really special story for us this morning.
I really do. So I've loved books for as long as I can remember. And I started Read with Jenna to share that love and to create a community for others who feel the same way. And on this special day, I want to introduce you to another lady who loves to read. She's a school librarian. She's fiercely devoted to her students, her community, and books. You just have to meet Mrs. Michelle Wright Jump. Before you even step foot inside of Horizons on the Hudson Magnet School in New Bern, New York. Hi, guys. Hi. You know something special is happening within its walls and something magical in its library. What do you feel when you walk into your library?
Love. Love.
Michelle Wright Jump has been the school librarian for more than a decade, a job she calls a dream.
I absolutely love what I do. I love my kids. It just makes my day, just knowing that I'm touching their lives and that we have a connection.
The school is rich in diversity and culture, and for some, English is not their first language. With books in a dozen different languages, Mrs. Jump makes sure that her students feel valued and recognized in her library. What does it feel like when you recommend a book to a child and they feel seen?
I think it affirms who they are. When a kid comes in and they like the book that I recommend, oh my goodness, it is the best feeling in the world, because I know that if that child's a reluctant reader, then I'm onto something.
And it opens up so many worlds.
It does. It does, like it did for me.
An immigrant herself, Mrs. Jump grew up in Jamaica with no access to a school library. Her parents prioritized literacy for her and her siblings, but she admits it wasn't love at first sight. One holiday, you asked for a record player.
We were into music. We wanted to sing Michael Jackson and Karen Carpenter. And my parents brought us a set of encyclopedias. Encyclopedias! We wanted a record player. But it transformed our lives. Our house became like a hub for research for the whole community.
If reading is her first love, then her community is a close second. Mrs. Jump envisions her students making a difference in their hometown.
My dream is that one day when I'm old and gray, that I'll see them as president, as the business owner somewhere, making decisions in the community. And that's why we bring in community partners so that they can model for them.
Last year, Mrs. Jump was named the New York Library Association's Librarian of the Year. But her students love her more for her heart than her fancy title.
I think I met her like when I was in first grade. And then when I saw her, I was thinking in my head, oh my gosh, she's my favorite.
After I met Miss Jump, she encouraged me and inspired me to read more. It's so cool how she likes to focus on each and every one of us to make us be better.
Oh, that's so sweet. There's not much Mrs. Jump won't do for her kids. She embraces their cultures, even painting the flags of her students' homelands on her nails. How do they respond when they see their home country painted?
Sometimes they're distracted. But again, they feel affirmed. They know that where they're from is important, who they are is important. They'll be validated here.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make sure you join us for another big show tomorrow on Today.
We're going to see you then. Have a fantastic Wednesday.
It'll go out soon. Don't mind the dust. I love throwing a party, but let's face it, if the food isn't good, the party sucks. My niece Madeline is turning 2 soon, and I've created the perfect menu for feeding a big crowd with even bigger appetites. Madeline may be small, but just like the rest of us, she knows how to pack it in. First up, I'm making a version of my penne alla vodka that could be baked ahead of time. Then I'll be whipping up an Italian-American classic that really goes a long way when feeding a crowd, sausage and peppers. Finally, for dessert, chocolate cupcakes with luscious chocolate hazelnut buttercream. So let's get this party started. When it comes to my family, we love making dishes that keep on giving. You know, like being able to go for seconds, even thirds sometimes. And this dish is one of them. Growing up, my mom would always make baked ziti, and it was like a special night for us. Me and my brother absolutely loved baked ziti night. This version is very similar, but uses vodka sauce instead of just a plain old tomato sauce. The first thing I'm going to do is warm a couple of tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil into a really large high-sided skillet. I'm gonna put that over a medium-high heat. To that, I'm adding 4 ounces of diced pancetta, and we wanna cook that just until it's nice and crispy. You really want a small dice here so that when we mix this into our casserole dish later on, there's a little bit of pancetta in every bite. This is where it starts to pop like popcorn. And then to this, I'm going to just grate in 1 large clove of garlic. I don't need a ton of garlic because my tomato sauce has plenty in there. Smells so good already. Just give that a quick stir to kind of let that garlic melt right on in. Now we start having some fun. We need some vodka for vodka sauce. I'm using a ½ cup of a really good vodka. If you're doing this over a gas stove, be very careful. Because fire. Madeline would absolutely love this. Okay, so you just want to reduce the vodka by about half, scraping up any of the brown bits on the bottom of the pan. And to this, I'm gonna add 3/4 cup of heavy cream and 2 cups of my everyday tomato sauce, which you can learn how to make by watching the risotto episode of season 1. And just stir it to combine. It's gonna be this gorgeous, light pink color. Trying to match my shirt. Isn't that a beautiful color? And now I'm going just to reduce this slightly. In the meantime, let's throw in our pasta. So generously salt some boiling water, make sure it comes back to a boil. Then I'm gonna add 1 pound of penne rigate. Because this is a baked pasta, it's going to continue cooking in the oven. I'm only cooking the pasta about 3/4 of the way at this point, so like super molto al dente. Remember when we made a big fire in here? I have a 1 pound brick of whole milk mozzarella, and I'm just gonna grate that. And if some larger chunks fall in, that's totally cool. Those will just be bigger, melty chunks of cheese in your finished baked penne alla vodka. Okay. This sauce is looking really good. It smells really good too. So my pasta is about 3/4 of the way cooked, and I'm just gonna use a spider to transfer it right into my vodka sauce. And at this point, I'm also gonna add about a half cup of the cooking liquid. I'm gonna cut the heat. Now I know it looks really liquidy, don't worry about that. As the pasta cooks in the oven, it's going to continue to absorb some of it, and it'll be perfect in the end, I promise. Now we just have a few more ingredients to add. 1/4 cup of grated pecorino, a 15-ounce container of whole milk ricotta cheese. Give it a taste for seasoning. Could use a little salt, and about 1/4 teaspoon of black pepper. And then I'm going to add 2/3 of this grated mozzarella right into the pot. And just stir it as quickly as possible because it's going to start to melt. Make sure everything's really well combined. I see a big clump of mozzarella. Okay, you can see it's already getting a little stringy. Grab a 9x13 casserole dish and right on in. Want to get all of that deliciousness. I'm gonna just spread it into an even layer. Look how cheesy this already is, but I'm not done. I have that remaining mozzarella cheese that I'm just gonna sprinkle over the top. Yes, all the cheese. Grab a sheet of aluminum foil and wrap it around the top. Wrap it tightly. We want to trap in the steam, which is going to help the pasta cook and stay moist. I'm going to cook this in a 350-degree oven for 45 minutes covered. Then I'll remove the foil, give it another 15 minutes to start to crisp it, and then hit it for a minute or two under the broiler so that the cheese gets nice and golden brown and crispy. Look at this melty cheese goodness. Now, I need to make sure this is up to Maybelline standards, so of course I have to taste it. This has the perfect combo of cheesiness and crispy bits. Oh my God, that is so good. It is so cheesy. The vodka sauce is just so delicious. My niece is going to absolutely love this. That's why I'm her favorite uncle.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sausage and peppers are the perfect party dish. This recipe is truly no frills, using just a few ingredients that are just flavorful and delicious. So I'm using 2 green bell peppers, 2 red bell peppers, and 1 large white onion, just because it reminds me of the Italian flag. You can use any color combination that you'd like. So just trim off the tops, and then pull out the centerpiece. And then I have them and kind of go in with my knife and just cut away the membrane. Depending on how big they are, you can quarter these onto the red. Once that's all taken care of, you want to slice these into 1/4-inch strips. Then for the onion, just remove the top. I'm gonna cut it in half and then cut it into 1/4-inch half moons. And that can go right on in the same bowl. And while I'm here, I'm just gonna prepare my garlic. I have 4 large cloves that I'm just going to thinly slice. That was a big one. Just push that to the side. And that's the bulk of the prep. Now I have a sausage ring. I love using a sausage ring. Growing up, my dad would always grill sausage ring in the summers, and I just love it, really. We're going to be searing this, so I'm just gonna pat it and make sure that there's no excess moisture, so we get a really nice sear. And then I'm just gonna take a fork and prick around to break the casing so that it doesn't explode when cooking. And I'll do that on both sides. Now that the sausage is prepared, time to start cooking. Going to add about 2 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil to a large high-sided skillet. I'm gonna get this nice and hot. Add your sausage. Press it down to make sure it's making contact with the pan. And I'm using a splatter screen. It really does help cut back on the amount of grease that comes flying off as your sausage sears. So if you have it, this is a really good time to use it. I'm gonna cook it on both sides until it's nice and seared, about 6 to 8 minutes per side. The sausage is really the star of the show for this dish, so be sure to find really premium sausage. I like to get mine at my local salumeria. It's been about 6, almost 7 minutes, so be careful. It does have a tendency to kind of splatter on you as you're trying to flip it. Just work it back down and cover it back up, and another 6 to 8 minutes. I'm not looking to fully cook the sausage at this point. It's going to go into the oven. I just really want that nice sear on it. So carefully remove it, put it back on the sheet pan. Don't worry that it was on the raw sheet pan. It's going back and we're cooking it. Now, I'm going to add about 1/4 cup more of extra virgin olive oil and our onion and peppers. And at this point, you want to start to season your vegetables. So a couple of generous pinches of salt. As the vegetables cook, they'll release their liquid, which you can then use to deglaze the bottom of your pan and get all of these gorgeous brown bits up. That's all flavor from the sausage. Should I try to get a toss? Let's see if it works. While the vegetables continue to cook, I'm actually going to, at this point, remove the skewers that are holding the sausage ring together. There's usually at least 4. Now I'm just going to take my knife and cut these into about 3-4-inch pieces. So my vegetables are pretty tender at this point. I'm going to add the sliced garlic. And then the sausage goes right into the pan, kind of nestle it into the vegetables. Then I like to take any of the juices that may have come out of the sausage and just add that to the pan as well. It's all flavor. And at this point, all we need to do is put it in a 400-degree oven until the sausage is cooked through, the vegetables get super tender. It's gonna take about 20 minutes. Look how crispy that sausage is. The vegetables are super tender and have almost melted into this gorgeous sauce on the bottom of the pan, I think I need to give it a taste. It's so good as is, but in my family, we love to serve it on some sort of a roll. Now, I'm gonna teach you a secret. Don't tell anyone I told you this, but you wanna take your roll and kinda just gently press it in to absorb just some of that juice. It's the best part. And then just build your sandwich. Make sure you get a little bit of everything on there so that every bite has some of the vegetables and then some of that crispy sausage. It's a little bit messy, but some of the most messy food items are the best ones. Looks so good. The vegetables are super tender. The sauce is just plain old delicious and nice and crispy. This is definitely going to be a hit at the party.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What kid, or adult for that matter, doesn't absolutely love chocolate? So these cupcakes are going to be the perfect end to my niece's birthday party. The cupcakes themselves are delicious, but what really puts us over the top is my chocolate hazelnut buttercream. Let's get started on the cake. So we're gonna start with all of the dry goods right in my stand mixer. 2 2/3 cup of all-purpose flour. We wanna make sure we have the right amount of flour. Baking is not the time to start eyeballing things. Then, to start the show, some cocoa powder. This is a really high quality cocoa powder, which is very important because it is one of the key ingredients. And I'm adding a generous amount, 3/4 of a cup worth. Now, my niece is very sweet, so we need to put a lot of sugar in this. 1.5 cups of just plain granulated sugar. And then for some additional moisture and extra sweetness, 1/2 cup of light brown sugar. Flop. And just the last few dry ingredients. First, some leaveners, which will give the cupcakes a great crumb and some nice lift. I'm doing 1.5 teaspoons each of baking soda and baking powder. And then finally, 1.5 teaspoons of some kosher salt. And that's all of the dry ingredients. Throw your paddle attachment on and just mix this until it's well combined. That looks great. Let's get working on the wet ingredients. So So I have a 4-cup liquid measuring cup here with a 1/2 cup of vegetable oil. And I'm going to add 2 large eggs that are at room temp. And just whisk to combine. Perfect. Going to add some flavoring, 1 teaspoon of vanilla, and then I'm going to add 1 cup of whole milk. Just drizzling that in, stirring to combine, make a nice emulsion. I'm going to put my stand mixer on low and just drizzle in my wet ingredients. And it's going to form a pretty thick batter, almost paste-like consistency. You want it to be well combined. Make sure there's no clumps of dry ingredients left at the bottom of your bowl or along the sides. And then just give it one more gentle mix. At this point, I have one last ingredient, and it's 1 cup of hot coffee. You can also use hot water here, but I really like how the coffee and chocolate notes play off of each other. You really won't even know it's in there. You're going to add this in 4 equal additions, about 1/4 cup at a time, really making sure that the consistency of the batter is uniform before adding the next. It's a really important step. And the last 1/4 cup. You can see it's considerably thinner. It's just this beautiful velvety batter. Now this makes 24 cupcakes. I like to use a piping bag. So I'm putting about half the batter into a piping bag. And then I have 2 12 cavity cupcake pans that are lined with cupcake liners. So carefully fold up your piping bag. Twist it to lock. And then you want to fill each of these up about 2/3 of the way full. This batter is also enough if you wanted to make an actual cake to make 2 8 or 9 inch cake rounds. Cupcake liners are all filled with this gorgeous, luscious batter, and all we need to do is bake it at 350 degrees for about 18 minutes until a toothpick comes out cleanly when inserted into the center.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
My cupcakes are out of the oven. They're completely cooled. You want to give it at least 45 minutes depending on how cool your kitchen is. Now I'm going to make one of my favorite frostings, a Swiss meringue buttercream. It's super velvety. It's not overly sweet. It's not overly buttery. It's just the perfect combination in my opinion. And it's pretty simple to make if you can master just a few relatively simple techniques. The first thing we need to do is crack 4 egg whites into a stand mixer bowl. And it's really important that it's just the egg whites and no yolks. Otherwise, they won't whip up. I'm going to add just a couple more ingredients. 3/4 cup of granulated sugar and a 1/2 teaspoon of kosher salt. And then with a whisk, mix just to combine. Now I have a small saucepan with just about 1 inch of simmering water, and this is going to create a double boiler. I'm gonna place this right on top and begin whisking. What this does is allow this mixture to start gently heating up, and the sugar will melt into it, and it's gonna get really light and fluffy. And this is the beginnings of our Swiss meringue. You can see it's already starting to lighten in color. Just keep whisking the mixture constantly so that it heats evenly. You'll see it's already beginning to lighten in color slightly. It'll keep lightening as you incorporate more air. And you wanna cook this until when you grab some and rub it, you don't feel granules of sugar. Okay, at this point, remove it from the heat and put it right onto your stand mixer. It's fitted with the whisk attachment, and just let it go until it's cool to the touch. It's gonna take a couple of minutes. It's gonna get nice and thick. It's almost gonna look like marshmallow cream. Okay, so you can see how thick this Swiss meringue is. It is pretty much room temperature at this point. You don't want it to be warm to the touch because we're going to start adding butter and we don't want it to melt into the meringue. So with the machine on low, medium low, I have a 1/2 pound of unsalted butter, and I'm just gonna start grabbing little pieces. And at this point, you may notice that the meringue starts to deflate. That's because we're adding fat, at most a tablespoon at a time. As we add the butter and it emulsifies, the texture is gonna change right before your eyes. And there it goes, you hear it, the sound just changed as the butter is really starting to emulsify. And at this point, I actually wanna switch to the paddle attachment, which will smooth this out and remove any excess air. At this point, it's pretty much a blank canvas. It's nice and sweet and buttery, but this is where we need to add some flavor. And I'm using some Nutella. You can use any chocolate hazelnut spread here as long as it's creamy. You don't want any of the oily stuff or it'll break your buttercream. So I'm going to add a 1/2 cup and then just mix it to combine. That's it. We now have chocolate hazelnut buttercream. I like to come in and give it just one more quick stir to make sure everything's fully incorporated. It's super smooth, super creamy, and I promise you it is super delicious. So I have a piping bag that's fitted with a medium-sized star tip, and I'm just going to transfer my buttercream so that I can decorate my cupcakes. These are so pretty that I feel like they deserve a special display. There you have it. Chocolate cupcakes with chocolate hazelnut spread buttercream. And I love how there just happens to be a couple left over for me. How do you eat a cupcake? I'm one of these people. You know when something's so good, you just have nothing to say? I have nothing to say. Chocolatey goodness all day long. My niece will be good for about 2 or 3 of these. I cannot wait to share these cupcakes with my niece and my family.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Makon Dovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editors' picks. This is Shop All Day Today Bestsellers.
Hi, I'm Chassie Post, and we're back today with a new episode of Shop All Day. And today we are all about bestsellers. We did our homework and found best-selling and cult favorite products in fashion, hair, beauty, even a must-have for your furry friend. Yeah, we can't forget about them. So get ready to take notes, or we've actually made it easy for you. See that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. Get ready, everyone. This is the Amazon coat, the cult favorite, the #1 bestseller, the viral sensation that shoppers cannot get enough of. So it's from Orly, and I have to tell you that this coat is as warm and cozy as it looks. But what I think shoppers love so much about it is its fashion and function. Yes, it's 100% down, and the brand says it is water resistant, it is even wind resistant, but it is also really, really stylish. To me, it looks like a designer jacket for a fraction of the price. And I think shoppers really respond to its really modern style. So it's got 6 big functional pockets, but it kind of gives it that cargo look. Plus, it's got that very on-trend oversized silhouette. It's boxy, it's modern looking, and it hits at a really, really flattering part on the leg. So it gives you a little bit more coverage so you can run around town in your leggings. And check out the interior. I just love this orange contrast. And the hood, it's this plush Sherpa fabric. And it comes in lots of different styles, lots of different colors. And I have to tell you, every time I walk down the street, I see these. It is just that popular. Next up, how about a best-selling jogger with over 82,000 ratings? These are the Track Cuff joggers by Leggings Depot, and shoppers say they can't get enough of these must-haves. First of all, they're a really flattering silhouette. They're sort of a hybrid between a legging and a slim cut jogger, and they're made out of this buttery soft material that the brand says actually happens to be moisture wicking, so it gives them lots of versatility. You can wear them while you're lounging around at home, or you can wear them in the gym. Also, they've got pockets. Who doesn't love pockets? You've got 2 on the sides, and then there's a little hidden pocket in the back. Great to put in a credit card or your key. And they come in so many different colors and patterns. So it is no wonder that these are such a mega bestseller. Moving on to the #1 best-selling flat on Amazon. These are the Amazon Essentials Women's Belize Ballet Flats. And these flats have over 37,000 ratings. That's a lot of passion for a ballet flat. But I totally get it. I'm passionate about my ballet flats. Why? Because whenever I wear them, I feel so pulled together. They are a classic. They have been a huge trend since 1940, and they're not going anywhere. And there are lots of iconic ballet flats out there that are a really high price point. So when I find a great looking ballet flat for an incredible price, I'm sorry, I get really excited. And these are a great price and a great style. They have a wonderful, flexible rubber sole, and that's one thing that you don't always see on a ballet flat. Sometimes the soles are really thin and made out of leather. So I love that with these, you get a little shock absorption, and the footbed is really soft and plush. And these come in so many different styles and colors. Here we've got the black patent leather, which is a never go wrong. It's gonna go with everything in your closet. And I love the metallic gold. They've also got leopard print. They've also got suede-like finishes. They have such a great selection. Next, this item is not only one of the best-selling bags on Amazon, it's also a personal fave. So this is the green-walled crossbody bag by Aldo. And I have to tell you, I love anything crossbody. I wear my crossbody bag every single day. Why? Because I love being hands-free, and also it actually adds a little jazz. It acts as an accessory when I wear it. So I can be running around town in leggings, I'm wearing my crossbody, and I look pretty stylish. But let me tell you what I like so much about this bag. First of all, it's got two of the biggest accessory trends we're seeing out there this season, and that is the quilting detail and the chains. And with quilting, I love that this has this modern quilting, this sort of angular geometric style, which I think is really chic. Also, the chains. I love a chain. I mean, look how stylish that is. And in my opinion, the size is really perfect. It's about 12 by 7 inches. So it fits your essentials without being bulky. And it comes in some really great colors and even patterns and these classics, the bright red, the patent leather again, and this wonderful neutral. They even have some great faux snake patterns. Now onto some mega best-selling beauty. This shampoo brush and scalp massager from Heda has over 105,000 ratings and is a top seller on Amazon. So what I think is so exciting about this massage brush is that you can use it in 3 different ways. You can use it in the shower to help give your hair a great shampoo, and you can also use it as a scalp massager. You don't even have to be in the shower. And I also think that this is a great brush to use as a detangler once you get out of the shower. Next, we have a rinse out hair product called the 8-Second Wonder Water from L'Oreal that Shop Today editors are loving, and they're not alone. This is a really popular product, and what it does is you put it in your hair after the shampoo, you rinse it out, and the brand says it helps to give your hair shine and helps to smooth your hair and helps to give it a little bit more body. And last but not least, let's talk mascaras. This is the Maybelline Sky High Waterproof Mascara, and it is a beauty fan fave. The brand says that it's infused with bamboo extract and fibers, so it helps to give you, more voluminous lashes, and the brand says that it doesn't get flaky or smudge. Also, here's something I really like about it. Check out the mascara wand. It's called the Flex Tower Wand, and that really helps you get in there with those tiny little lashes that can sometimes be hard to reach. And lastly, waterproof, right? Sometimes waterproof mascaras can feel hard and heavy. This mascara is also infused with rosehip oil, according to the brand. And what's so great about that is it helps make your lashes feel a little bit lighter, which I think shoppers really appreciate in a waterproof mascara. And the price is right. Let's run through our products one more time. We've got the Amazon Orlay Thickened Down Jacket, the Cuff Joggers, the Ballet Flats, the Aldo Greenwald Crossbody Bag, the Shampoo Brush and Scalp Massager, 8-Second Wonder Water, and the Maybelline Sky High Waterproof Mascara. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Plus, this episode solely features products available on Amazon, which has an affiliate relationship with Today. That's it for Style Finder. You won't want to go away. We have Grammy award-winning artist and entrepreneur and Real Housewife of Atlanta, Kandi Burruss, with more of her favorite bestsellers. I wonder what made her list. Stay tuned.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders and they'll share their favorite products and must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. Today's show is all about our favorite best-selling products, and we turn to Grammy Award-winning artist, entrepreneur, and Real Housewife of Atlanta, Kandi Burruss, to ask her what made her list. Oh, Kandi Burruss, I am so excited to chat with you. How are you today?
I am great. How are you?
I am doing great. Are you coming to us from Atlanta right now?
Yes, I am in Atlanta at my office, and then I'm just happy to be talking to you.
Oh, listen, I am super excited that you're here. Kandi, we followed your journey over the years as a singer, an entrepreneur, a reality star. I mean, there's so many different hats that you wear. I'm curious to know, what does success mean to you right now? What does it look like to you?
That's kind of crazy that you asked that question, because I don't really think there's like one thing that I would say, but I think success is when you can also build up everyone around you, build up your community, build up your friends. When you can look back and say, not only did I get myself to a certain level of accomplishing my dreams and stuff, but it's when you help other people, to be able to accomplish their dreams as well. That's when you know you really made an impact.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about some of your iconic songs, right? I mean, there's so many hits. It would take me the whole hour to just name them. But if we were to put a song title over the course of your life right now, or the phase of life that you're in right now, what would it be?
Oh, okay. If I have to go by one of the songs that I've written for someone else, I would say So Good. And I feel like that song, it makes me feel good. But the whole point of it is saying, I'm doing so good. It's like, for anybody who doubted you, anybody who hated on you or whatever, it's like, it's good because I'm doing so good. So hate all you want, look at me now.
I love that. And that song is such a classic. That's my workout song. It gets me super excited. It just gets me in the right zone. So you brought some items here, some bestsellers, some top sellers. Let's start with the first one. Are you actually wearing the two-piece?
Yes.
I love it.
So the reason why, I know this isn't what I would normally wear on the Today Show, but I just wanted to show you something that was just very comfortable, cool. Sometimes what I find is because I'm always doing like interviews or this or that, like normally I have a lot of dressy clothes, but I don't have a lot of lounge wear. I don't have a lot of chill outfits. So I just found a couple of, cool chill outfits that I can just leave the house, have a good day in. And yeah, I wanted to share this one with you because, tie-dye is in, everybody loves tie-dye or whatever. And this one is comfortable, so yeah.
I love that. First of all, the color looks great on you. And I'm curious to know, you love casual outfits. What does Todd, your husband, like on you? Does he like the more glam kind of candy? Or does he likes the casual, I'm wearing my drop outfit?
Yes, it's funny you asked that because a friend of mine just, asked that question to him the other day. It was like, what is it that you like to see Candy in? And he was like, honestly, I like when she wears sneakers and jeans. And he's like, I just like when she's chill, Because, I guess because we do over the top a lot, taping most of the year. It's always, how housewives, we got to be done up, girl, done up all the time. So I think he appreciates it more when it's just chill and relaxed.
And you do it so well. Okay, let's move on to the next item that you have. These crayons are so cool. They're made of beeswax?
Yes. So it's called All of Us Skin Tone Beeswax Crayons, okay? But the thing that I find so cool is like any skin tone you can find. I don't know if you realize it, but a lot of times when you get your crayon box as a kid, I don't know about everybody, a lot of us, we can't find that perfect color that represents our skin tone. And so the woman who created this, she found for her child, it inspired her to make crayons that represented every skin tone. So all of us, that's what it's all about.
That's so beautiful. Listen, representation matters, and it's fun where you can make it educational and entertainment at the same time. Speaking of that, this book, Hair Love, I'm obsessed with, right? I know, it's so good.
Yes, my son is Ace and my daughter's Blaze. So we definitely read together. This one right here is a good one. They won an award for this, okay? So it's not just us that's recognizing it, the world is recognizing how great this book really is. I think it's amazing. The illustration is amazing. The story is amazing. It talks about hair. So many people, once again, when it comes to people of color, in our hair types, honey, some people are just, interested in what is our hair doing? And so it was cool for this book to be able to explain that, telling the story of a father and his daughter. So I love this book.
And by the way, it's narrated by Blue Ivy as well. So whether you get the audio or you get the physical book, this is absolutely great. Speaking of narration, let's talk about sound. These Bose speakers are fantastic. Tell me about them.
Okay. Now, I'm into music, so I'm a music girl, and I travel a lot. You can use this at home or you can travel with it. But the cool thing about it, you can, be out at the beach. We love taking this with us, me and Todd, when we go travel. I actually bought this in multiple colors. I know it sounds crazy, but something like this, for some reason, I end up like my kids take them from me and whatever. So it's like, I had a blue one, I had an orange one. Ask me where any of them are. The only one I have left is this black one, okay?
Oh.
I love it. I think more so because the sound quality is amazing.
Which is so great. Listen, they're small, but they're mighty. Like, they pack a lot of sound, and that's what we love about Bose. Last but not least, let's talk about this water pick. A lot of people weren't able to get to the dentist this past year, obviously, so this is a great pick. Tell me about it.
So I got put on to the water pick. It kind of pressure washes your teeth. That's kind of like a simple way to try to put it, but it gets all into the crevices and the creases and the cracks and make sure that it gets out all of the stuff that you may not be able to reach. It's electric. I love electric toothbrushes, the water pick. I love all of that. So it is amazing. You would be amazed at what it will get out of your gums if you try it. Like, hands down, I promise you, it is bomb. I mean, I guess it kind of feels like if you went to the dentist and let them, do the deep cleaning on your teeth, it kind of feels like that, but you get to do it at home.
You get to do it every day, and it's like flossing. I mean, but it really just cleans out your teeth. My sister has one, and she has been telling me about it, so I'm so excited that you included it here. Okay, Candy, we're gonna wrap here. Thank you for sharing your picks. This was so great chatting with you, and we'll see you really soon.
Thank you. It's great to talk to you, and hopefully I will see you very soon.
Absolutely. Now, let's run through all the products one more time. The Drop Women's Fleece Sweatpant and Sweatshirt, the Natural Beeswax Skin Tone Crayons for Coloring, the Hair Love Book, the Bose SoundLink Color 2 Portable Bluetooth Wireless Speaker, and the Waterpik Sonic Infusions 2.0. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Up next, Adriana Brock continues with more top sellers, including a launch from the brand behind one of the most popular facial razors. Do you use one? You don't know what it is? Stay tuned.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Adriana Brock, and we've been having so much fun showing you products today that all of our viewers can't get enough of. And we're not done yet. I have more must-have items that happen to be bestsellers. And if you have a furry friend like I do, well, I have a popular product for them too. And remember, see that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You could scan the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all of the products we're sharing with you today. All right, so let's get started. This first one is a long sleeve turtleneck top that makes a great wardrobe staple. And it's also loved by so many editors on the Shop Today team. It combines the classic look of a turtleneck with the comfort of an oversized silhouette, which makes it a winter must-have. We really love this sweater because it comes in a wide range of sizes and colors, and you can easily style it with anything in your closet, from your favorite pair of leggings for a casual look or a pair of jeans and boots for something a little bit more elevated. Today.com readers really love this style, but they're not alone. It actually has over 22,000 reviews on Amazon. And this next product is also a winter essential because you're gonna need this in your beauty routine. It is a brand new launch from the brand behind one of the most popular facial razors that our editors love. And it is so cool because Schick Hydro is a dermaplaning tool, and it's a wand that helps improve the look and feel of your skin by gently sweeping away dull skin and peach fuzz. This tool also has a really cool ergonomic design, so when you're using it, it's really easy and it has a smooth edge, so it's gonna glide through skin. And one of the bonus parts about this is it comes with a few refills. So it's definitely one of those beauty products you didn't know you needed. This product is really great. And another beauty basic everyone should be using this winter is a hydrating serum from Cerave. This is a tried and true brand that the Shop Today team and Today.com readers really love. It's super affordable, and it's packed with hyaluronic acid, which is an ingredient a lot of dermatologists recommend to replenish skin's hydration. So think of a serum as a concentrated version of a face cream, and you put the two together, you're gonna get this incredible hydrating serum that's perfect for dried out winter skin. The Shop Today editors really love this little bottle and say it packs a punch. One of our editors on the team actually joked that it's kind of like a drink of water for your skin, and I say, what more could you ask for? Okay, and moving on to home, we have these really cool pantry organizers. So I love a product that does more than one thing, and this is it. So this is a great product to organize everything from a jam-packed refrigerator to all the kids' snacks. You keep the produce in one place, and even your beauty products. So really versatile. What I love about them too is that you could stack them together in a nested style, so when you're not using them, they don't take a bunch of space up, but you can also stack them on top of each other when they are in use. You can also use these to organize the pantry, under the sink in the kitchen, or the bathroom. Either way, it's a really versatile piece that you're gonna use all over the house. And because they're clear, you're gonna see everything. You don't have to go digging around looking for stuff. Super easy. Plus, you can't beat the value. These also come in a pack of 8, 2 different sizes. This product is really great. And this next product is a Shop Today editor favorite that makes meal prepping so easy. It has 2 compartments. The first one up top stores about 1.5 cups of food in it, and then the one below stores 2 cups. And it also comes with cutlery, which is really great. And they're stackable, so they're not gonna take up a bunch of space. So you can still pack your full lunch in here. Another hack that I really like with this is you can get one different color for everybody in the family and assign everyone a different color so that they know that their lunch is ready to go. And if you love enjoying a glass of white wine or rosé, this cool tool is for you. The Wine Chiller Stick is a really quick and easy way to chill your favorite bottle when it's at room temperature. All you have to do is pour out 1 glass, and then you stick the tube in, and it's super easy to use. So all you have to do is stick it in the freezer like you're making a tray of ice, and then you get out your favorite bottle of wine, you pour out a glass, and then you put it in this chiller. It's super easy to use, and in just a few minutes, it's gonna cool your bottle and keep it that way. The design also has a rubber stopper, so you don't have to worry about drips or spills when you're done. All you have to do is wash it, put it in the freezer to store it until next time. And we can't forget about our furry friends. This cozy bed will keep them nice and comfortable. My dog Rocco really loves this bed, and so does my producer's dog Rosie. And we are not alone. This donut dog bed has over 53,000 human reviews. It's super popular on Instagram. It has a round, really cool design, and it's super fuzzy and shaggy to really keep them cozy and warm. And it also has a raised rim, so that's gonna give them the neck support that they need for their little heads. It also comes in a bunch of different sizes, so cats and dogs of all sizes can really enjoy this cozy bed. So let's run through the products one more time. We have the long sleeve turtleneck, the Schick Hydro Silk Dermaplaning Wand, the Cerave Hydrating Face Serum, the Pantry Organizers, the Bent Go Stackable Bento Lunchbox, the Wine Chiller Cooling Stick, and the Calming Donut Dog Bed. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. And that's a wrap on Editor's Picks and our show today. This episode solely features products available on Amazon, which has an affiliate relationship with Today. It's been fun showing all of our favorite top sellers. Tune in next week for another episode of Shop All Day.
Brad, thanks for doing this, man.
I'm thrilled to do it. Welcome to Nashville.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Let's talk some music. We have to start with where we're sitting right now. I mean, it is the Mother Church. You can see it as you look out there. For people who haven't been, people who may not appreciate fully what this means to music, why is it so special?
Well, it goes all the way back to sort of the birth of what country music is. I mean, very few places have that sort of central location where you can kind of say, this was the cauldron. The Opry started really just as a radio show, and then they needed a venue, and it went to War Memorial, and it went to, I mean, they started lining up outside the radio station. They were like, well, if we're gonna play this for people, we should figure out a spot. This became the first sort of real home. And people that made their debut on this stage, from Hank Williams on, it really did set the tone for what would be this music. I mean, they were trying to figure it out, like, what are we? Do we have drums? Do we not? They weren't real happy about drums in the beginning in this format. They were real mad when Boots Randolph tried to play the saxophone. I mean, it was really, it was like, what are we? And we discovered that in this building. And the building also goes all the way back to the 1800s, and this was a church. And there's something really, there's just something incredibly sacred about it.
I was sitting upstairs in a dressing room, and there's a picture of Johnny Cash and Elvis.
Yeah.
Standing in the wings right over there.
Oh, and they kicked Elvis out of here. He came and played the Opry, and they weren't happy. They didn't like what he did, which is too bad. But you know, those are amazing stories now. You know?
Not his crowd.
Yeah. Shortly after Johnny Cash did a few things, we made him mad too. And you know, we have a history of that.
Well, I was just thinking though. I mean, it must, as an artist, not weigh on you, but you must feel the history when you walk on and stand on this stage. Do you remember the first time you did it, and what was that like?
Yeah. So I played the Opry when I was a new artist, first at the new Opry House, which is also magical. That's been there since the year I was born. So we're talking about something that is it's more state of the art. It's a little less sort of, it has less of the ghosts of this place, but it's since then become its own place. But when I finally played here, somewhere in the season of Opry shows, they moved here and I came and played. And yeah, you get a feeling that you are carrying a lot on your shoulders being on this stage. You want to make sure that what you do, like if you're going to mess up, don't mess up here. Because you're going to mess, I mean, musicians mess up, so this is like, you don't make a clam on this stage.
Does that feel like pressure when you step out here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is singing at a wedding. This is one of those, you know, it's like, but the other thing that's really fun is the way it feels the audience. It sounds great in here.
Yeah.
So much alchemy goes into making some place magical, making music be something different. Venues matter. I mean, these were taken away for a year and a half from all of us. Venues, you know.
Yeah.
We could only listen to recorded music and watch stuff on YouTube and Zoom and whatever. And you forget something about being in the air of a place that was missing.
What was it like for that year and a half for a guy who's spent the last 20 years or so on the road, make an album, you go out and tour behind it, and you get that feeling of being on stage. What did it do to you, not just professionally, but being home all that time and not being able to do what you do?
It did a lot. I mean, it wasn't all bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never spent a summer largely home with my kids, and what a great time in their lives to do that when, you know, at like 11 and 13 to be able to go and spend that time, you know. So that part was great, but there was a lot of fear. None of us knew what we were dealing with in the beginning, really.
Yeah.
And I remember when the schedule went from all these things on my iCalendar to boom, nothing. Every now and then a birthday.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like
right.
so-and-so's birthday.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. It made you really count your blessings, I think, and for me. And we found creative ways to stay together as a band and stay together as a married couple, my wife and I. You know, you had to like, it's like, okay, well, I guess now we're going to be together all the time, so let's figure this out. How do you do it?
Well, I mean, you joke about it, but there is some truth to that. You and Kimberly found new ways to enjoy each other's company?
Yeah, I actually like her. That was something I wasn't, you know, I was forced to confront. So
I like
was
to
she.
think you knew that a long time ago.
I knew that.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's still sure yet, but it doesn't matter. No, it's great. We had a pretty good time. I mean, we got creative. We would have, you know, we sort of did a bubble with my mom and dad. So we would have dinner over at their house one day, and they'd come over to our house another day, and then we'd, you know, go outside and eat in the field and set up a picnic with the family and do that. And I don't know. It was a lot of what it must have been like to be a settler a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it's like I don't know. It's finding creative ways to entertain yourselves.
Yeah.
And the other aspect of it for me was just I think I got to know fans better because of Zoom. I mean, Zoom and the technology that we all use throughout, where you would get together I say face to face, but you know, face to face on a screen with someone. I started to answer Zoom requests when I was bored, which was a lot. And next thing you know, there's a woman who's just had her last cancer treatment who's a big fan, and she's like, will you be on this while I ring the bell on the cancer floor?
Oh, wow.
But getting to know these folks, you know, I know what pajamas my fans wear. I know, you know what I mean? I know what artwork they prefer in their homes and what kind of mounted animals they have on the wall. And it's awesome. I mean, we got to know them better than I think I ever did in a meet and greet.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
One of the other things you did, which was extraordinary, was the store, which you and Kim put together. If my numbers are right, it was something like 1.5 million meals. And it goes back to the tornado, I know. It predated COVID a little bit. But you kept...
By a week.
Was it only a week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
It was crazy. So a long time ago, Kim and I took our kids to volunteer at a charity in Santa Barbara called Unity Shop, which was similar to what we saw. And I said, this needs to be in Nashville. So we got a group of really smart people together and formed a board of directors and said, this is our objective. And a lot of them came and visited and were like, that's a great idea. So we got everything in place. I went to Belmont, my old alma mater, and said, what do you think? If we could have kids work in this place, they'll see hunger firsthand. They'll learn something in college that's way beyond academics. And Dr. Fisher at the time loved it and said, let's do this. And we built that from the ground up in its spot over there on 12th, and we got it all going. And we got our permits like the last week of February, first week of March to open.
Wow.
And we were going to do a soft rollout, and instead, tornadoes hit downtown, and we just did an announcement and said, you know, if you need food, we're open. So people showed up for that. And then a week later, the NBA walked off the court, and baseball spring training was canceled, and I was in Canada doing a show. But I got to play one more show before I came back here, knowing that's probably it. And then we had to pivot and figure out, how do you do this? How do you feed people in a pandemic? How do you, who's that? Who needs it? And somehow made it work. And I told our director when it happened, I said, if we get this right during this time period, we'll be here forever. And we knew there was some fate involved in it. That, you know, what are the chances you open your food charity and then this?
It's got to be gratifying for all the things you get to do in the position you put yourself into, to be able to do something like that. All the other stuff is fun and you have fun with it, but to be able to say, hey, I want this to happen, and to have it happen and to be as successful as it's been, that's got to be among the best parts of the job, I guess.
It's really been the thing that I think mentally got us through this pandemic a little bit. When you're talking about being able to, you know, actually not feel so helpless, it's really, you know, anytime something would feel a little too heavy, I could call Courtney, our director, or Kim could say, hey, check this out, what they're doing. We would get a letter from the elderly that we were delivering to that would be this amazing thing about how it had kept them safe and how they didn't starve in this. And the first time we ever did deliveries, my producer, a guy named Luke Wooten, came up with the idea to deliver to the elderly nearby. Instead of just, our model was just, you know, lower income and food, you know, food insecurity. And it's like, hey, if they're 85, they shouldn't be out, you know, going to grocery stores, so we'll send them food. So he said the first time they went, people were like, you're giving us food? The next week, they all got in their Sunday best in the hallway, and they delivered all the bags to their rooms at the towers there. And they came out and gave them a standing ovation in their like suits and ties and stuff.
Awesome.
Best dresses. Yeah, and those things, they keep you sane.
Yeah, well, good on you for that. That really, it's been an amazing thing that you and Kim have done together. You're also making new music, City of Music, new single about this town, telling the story of this town, and rolling in here with the guitar and the dream like you did when you came into Belmont.
Without a doubt.
Why was this the right time for that song? What story did you want to tell?
Well, I wrote that with Lee Miller and Ross Copperman on Zoom during the pandemic. We were never in the same room during the writing.
Really?
And you know, it was informed by this, I think. You know, again, you take this away for a year and a half, sort of the nightlife that's happening right through that wall, and the crazy sort of amazing mecca that this is, this destination for pilgrims, you know. And it's like, I really wanted to celebrate it, and I wanted it to musically feel the way that feels, you know. I've thought for a long time about this room. That's the first time I've been in this room since we wrote the words, which are, you know, sing it for the ghosts that came before you, play till your fingers hurt, play something that'll ring out after in the rafters of the Mother Church. Here we are. So it's fun to release it now with the vantage point of, let's not take this for granted anymore.
Everybody's got their guitar and a dream story, right? When they came to Nashville.
Yeah.
So yours was to come to Belmont.
Yes.
What were some of the joints you played? Did you play a bunch down here at Tootsie's and the Orchid Lounge and all those?
A little bit. I mean, it's interesting. At the time, this street became so much better for live music recently.
Yeah.
I mean, back then, there were, you know, I played a lot of venues. I always wanted to be here. I mean, I'll never forget the first night once I drove to town. My dad met me out in the garage as I drove away from Nashville in my car. I'd packed everything up for school, and I was going, and he came home from work. He had his aviator sunglasses on, his mustache was much thinner. He meets me there, and he says, he'd shake my hand as I'm going to drive here. And he goes to say, "Make me proud," and he couldn't make a noise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll never forget it. And I cried all the way to Columbus, Ohio, on the way here. And then I was good after that. And once I got here, there's never been one night in this town where it didn't feel like home for me. I love it here.
I mean, it feels like it was always moving in this direction. If you get your first guitar when you're 7 and write your first song when you're 13,
yeah.
Was this always where it was going to end up? Didn't mean you were going to become this country superstar, but were you always going to end up in Nashville?
I think so, because I knew going to Belmont is such a great place to be to learn about this business. And I knew that worst case scenario, I could probably play guitar for somebody. Second best would be like guitar, write songs, maybe do some session work, maybe sing on the side. Third would be like, you know, I don't know, maybe get a record deal and have just enough success to, you know, I'm so far beyond what I would have settled for, but don't tell anybody.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
But it happened, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, relatively quickly for you. You started writing some hit songs when you were pretty young. Got your record deal, I think 1999. You were relatively young at that point, right? Did it feel, okay, this is moving, or did it feel like this is a grind?
It felt like it was moving, but I also was really informed about how tough it is because of going to school there. You learn so much about the business. So, you know, my eyes were wide open, but it's like with anything, you know, you just, the next thing you know, time has flown by and you've accomplished something, you know. And I felt like also just going to Belmont like I did and seeing these other kids, you know, I knew the struggle. I knew what happens when it doesn't work out. And so I don't know. I was just trying to do everything I could that was the right thing to do, but I learned something early on that I think is true still and key, and that's that it starts with the song. And, you know, and I've said this many times, I'm successful because of the songs I sang, you know. If I'd given all these songs to someone else, I think they'd be successful. It's not about me. It's about the song you do, you know. My charisma is limited.
See, you're just being humble now.
I don't know about that.
There's a reason they ask you to host the CMAs every year and be the commercials of Peyton. Come on now.
I'm telling you, I'm putting on an act, and I have pulled the wool over everybody's eyes long enough.
I was going to say, you're doing a pretty good job of it. You sold it well. But, I mean, your first album goes platinum. You sell 1 million copies of the first thing you ever put out. Was that shocking to you in some way? You don't know how it's going to go. You might think it's good, but you don't know how it'll be received.
I don't know about shocking, because anybody, I've said this before, anyone who's ever walked across the stage, whether that's the local talent contest or this, the pinnacle, thinks they got what it takes at that moment. You're up there, you know, and so shocked about platinum? No. Thrilled. I knew it didn't matter. There's incredible people right through that wall playing Tootsies and all these other clubs, and you may never hear of them. And they're better than some people on the radio, you know? And so it's like, there's no fair. It's, you know, fair's got nothing to do with it. It's sort of like you get lucky and you also have to work really hard. And so I was thrilled though, because I know it can not happen, and the odds are against you.
So what do you think the difference is between this side of the wall and that side of the wall? The
Wow, that's a great, I've never heard it put that way.
Because you're right, we hear it right now.
I hear
it's right there.
I hear the bass. Yeah.
I mean, because yes, there's talent, but then there's managing the journey, right? Figuring out when to make the right moves.
It's songs.
Yeah.
I think it's, if you sing a song people relate to, they want to say, they believe in, or have a message and carry it well, then you got a chance of coming through the back door here and singing it on here, you know. And that's where it begins. And we're still that. Country music still should be that, a format where the songs are about things and they are reflective of life.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Another new one, Off-Road, people are loving. What was the inspiration for that song?
Watching my wife and other just females that venture. Look, I married a New Yorker who now lives on a 100-acre farm, and she's learned to drive the off-road vehicles.
Does she drive them?
Oh yeah.
She gets out in four wheels and everything?
A little bit. Not like I do for fun. She's more like, but she's very, very capable. And I just started to use that as the metaphor for women. They put up roadblocks throughout history for women. And, Dolly Parton, Reba McEntire, Carrie Underwood, you name it, drive right through them. It's like, try and stop them, good luck. They'll just lock in the hubs and head off through the woods. So that was fun to to kind of make that metaphor.
So I was going to ask you, Kim is part of the inspiration for that?
Without a doubt, absolutely. I mean, it's an amazing thing to watch. You and I both know. We don't have to deal with half the things they do.
Yep.
You know, and so yeah, it felt good to celebrate that.
Is the story really true, Brad, that you saw her in Father of the Bride, and then you said, I like her, I'm going to put her in my video? And it's nice to have that platform to say, I like someone, I'm going to put them in my music video.
It's a lot more, it's a lot more complicated.
I suspected.
It's like, basically, yeah, I wrote a song about those movies because of a college relationship that ended badly, that ended up being the best thing that ever happened to me. You want a songwriter to be, that, you know the difference between that wall and this one? Maybe when they moved to town, their girlfriend didn't leave them. You know, when I moved here, I got like my heart just trampled. And it led to, I think, my first hit as a songwriter, which was a song called Another You for a guy named David Kirsch. And, you know, it's like with the situation with Kim, I wrote a song or two about that experience, about that first movie, going to see Father of the Bride on a date. And then I realized, oh, this would be, it's absolute fate to have her in the music video, which is funny because that video never happened. The video she ended up being in was I'm Gonna Miss Her, the fishing song, where she plays a disgruntled, you know, spouse throwing all my stuff on the lawn saying, get out, if you go fishing again, it's over.
But a way to start the relationship.
Yeah, it was a precursor in many ways.
She reenacts that video?
At times, for sure.
So you're getting ready to go back out on tour.
Yeah.
Done a show or two, I think, already. What has it felt like to be back out and be back in your groove a little bit?
It just feels like everybody's grateful. I did a couple of nights in Las Vegas last weekend by myself with an acoustic guitar and was able to play, I did like 100 minutes by myself, just me and a guitar, telling stories. And the stories I noticed, first of all, the audience, I joked with them, I said, they just look different. They're 15 pounds heavier, but other than that, they're wearing pants. But I was kidding. What I told them was, they looked like hungry, and it hadn't felt that way in concert. They looked like they were like, we need music, and we are gonna like whatever you do today. I really felt that, you know, and all of my stories, like that had to do with songs, changed last weekend. Telling the story of, you know, Last Time for Everything, which is a song that I remember singing in Canada on that last gig, thinking, is this maybe the last time I sing this for a large audience for a long time? But then recounting that story to them, that song will always feel like something that has to do with the pandemic to me now. It had nothing to do with that. It was way older than this.
Right.
But all of the stories changed. And the humor changed. I mean, there's so much humor to be found in just talking about, you know, who we are now. And it was a lot of fun. And I really think that going out on the road this year, none of us are taking it for granted, performers included. I used to always say, no matter what streaming does and record sales and the way that monetary model's kind of out the window, you know, in some ways, like it used to be. No matter what, they can never take away live performing. You know, that'll always be the, like, well, we learned that they can actually do that for a little while.
They found a way.
Yeah. But again, that just means we're gonna really, really enjoy it now.
There's so much in the wind between COVID and the politics in our country right now. Do you feel like music in general, your music in particular, is as important as it's ever been, maybe?
I think so. I think people are hungry to leave all of that at the door when they walk in a venue, you know, and they want to heal together and they want to party together at the same time, and that's what's happening through that wall. I mean, they're over there healing and partying. I'm happy to see it. I mean, we needed this, and you know, and these people, they just, I think people need the collective experience of sharing music in the same room. It's not the same to watch a live performance on video. It's not. And it's not the same to like even go with strangers to some degree. It is there's people you love and you want them there, and there's kindred spirits that that sit here knowing that these are all people that love the same kind of music, and you feed off it as a performer, they feed off it, as an audience. And I think psychologically we're all going to go a little crazy without that.
Yeah. But at a concert, we all agree on one thing. We like that guy up on the stage. And we'll take that for a couple hours.
Maybe a couple of people that came begrudgingly with someone else. I can always spot them. There's the guy that's sitting there that's just like, and the girlfriend's clapping, and he's just like, I'd much rather be at something else.
Taking one for the team.
I'm always trying to win him by the end of it,
Can you see him turn if you
No.
flip him? No.
Usually not.
Still on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's great to talk to you, Brad. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks.
Well, hello there, everybody, and thanks for tuning in to a Tuesday at Pop Start Plus. Today on the show, one of the stars of a miniseries that has a lot of people talking, Inventing Anna's Anna Klumsky's here to tell us why she thinks the story about a real-life con woman is so captivating to viewers. Plus, Bob Odenkirk on the ups and downs of his career in an exclusive conversation on his brand new memoir. And a clip from The Vault featuring Oscar winner Javier Bardem. But first, here's today's Pop Start. Lots to get to in Pop Start today. Savannah, is it Rami and Michelle's wedding? Or Rami. Well, I might butcher this one too. First up, Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore. Break out your wands, everybody. On Monday, Warner Brothers dropped a new trailer for the third chapter in the Harry Potter prequel series. The new preview teasing fans with a big return to Hogwarts as Jude Law steps back into the role of young Dumbledore and prepares to face off with one of the Wizarding world's most infamous villains.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Albus, but I've just received troubling news.
Tell me, what is it?
It's Grindelwald.
The time is close, my brothers and sisters. Our war with the Muggles begins today!
The world as we know it is coming undone. If we're to defeat him, you'll have to trust me.
All right, Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore hits theaters April 15th. Oh, thank God that's done. Next up, Dwayne Johnson. The Rock never fails to tug at our heartstrings with this thoughtful post on social media and a new video. He's sharing a special moment from a visit to his grandparents' gravesite with his mom in Hawaii.
Mommy and Daddy, this is for you. And for all of you out there who's lost someone, this is for you.
Oh, that's nice of you,
Mom. Go for a walk. Tell little Ptolemy's too much talk. I love Fayette, my Miss, I love you. Take it easy, Miss Violet Moon.
Johnson adding in the caption, life moves so fast, how important it is to just slow down, sit here, reminisce, and listen to her sing, play her ukulele, and tell all her stories. Some wise words from The Rock there. Next up, Michael Douglas, the Oscar winner, is aiming to catch lightning in a bottle with his next big role. Douglas set to star as Benjamin Franklin in a new show that's headed to Apple TV+. The limited series is going to be set in the later years of Franklin's career, around the time he engineered America's alliance with France and peace with England. That'd be between 1778 and 1783, if my memory recalls. Was it Romy or Rami? It's weird the things you remember. Douglas will also produce the project based on Stacy Schiff's book, A Great Improvisation, Franklin, France, and the Birth of America. No word yet on when that show's scheduled to premiere, but it does look good already. All right, finally, the first day of the month can only mean one thing. Jenna Bush Hager is here with a new book.
Yes, I am. I'm so happy to be a correspondent on Pop Start.
Let's do it.
Are y'all ready?
Yes.
You have a countdown, I think. Are we counting down on the plaza? I hope so. 3, if not, 3, 2, 1. It is Groundskeeping by Lee.
Oh, thank God it's that one.
It is a beautiful novel about an inspiring writer who takes classes at a local college and becomes the groundskeeper. He falls madly in love with a girl named Alma, who is very different. It takes place in 2016, but it's about family, unconditional love, and what binds us. Y'all, in a time where everybody's so divided, we need this book. We need it.
You can head to today.com/readwithjenna or use that QR code for more information. Join the book club. There's not only a book club, it's a whole conversation conversation, then you can buy the book, or be like me and wait till the movie comes out.
Okay, you can do that. But you know what else you can do? You can join us tomorrow live on our plaza. We're going to celebrate the 3rd anniversary.
3 years.
I've turned 3 of Read with Jenna.
I
but
know
also,
because there's 35 books I still got to read from the past 3 years of Read with Jenna.
we have
Nancy
a lot.
reads them all, though.
Yes, and also it may be Nancy's favorite day. It's Read Across America Day. So we're going to have a really cool story.
Way to go, Jenna. Way to go.
And now the reason we call the show Pop Star Plus, a few more headlines for you, and we'll start with Euphoria. The Zendaya-led series is making its way into HBO history. Sunday's season 2 finale was the network's second most watched show since 2004. The grungy high school mega hit coming in second only to, that's right, the mega hit Game of Thrones. Of course, you can believe it. It's already been 3 years since Game of Thrones wrapped up that show's finale, and it scored a whopping 19.3 million viewers. A good sign for the upcoming spin-off, House of the Dragon, which is scheduled to premiere later this year. Finally, America's Got Talent Extreme. In last night's episode of the AGT spinoff, a 90-year-old grandmother stunned judges when she came out to perform a fiery stunt with her 24-year-old grandson. Lillian held on tight to Hunter as the pair rode through, count 'em, 5 walls of fire. Well, there's the extreme part of AGT Extreme. No surprise, all 3 judges gave Lillian and Hunter a big yes. And that's going to do it for your Pop Star Plus headlines, but we got a lot more coming up. Anna Klumsky is going to give us a glimpse into her new miniseries that a lot of people are talking about.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. You might know Anna Klumsky from her Emmy-nominated role on Veep or the beloved 90s movie My Girl. Well, lately she's starring in Inventing Anna, a new miniseries about Anna Delvey, a real-life heiress who stole money from New York elites. Klumsky plays a journalist investigating Delvey's story, and she told us what she hopes viewers take away from the show.
I think Anna Delvey, I didn't know anything, and it was really fun when I told younger people, like my brother or something, that I'm going to do this show about this young woman who conned a lot of people, and then my brother's like, Anna Delvey, he was so excited, and yeah, so I got to come to it this way.
I might have a story. Her name is Anna Delvey, or Anna Sorokin, no one's sure. She's either a rich German heiress or she's flat broke. The charges are insane.
Shonda was interested in a lot more than just adapting a salacious, kind of rich people story, right? She was interested in so much more about how people treat each other, how people deal with each other, who's privy to whose information, why? What are the sanctions for? Are the sanctions correct? Do they need to be adjusted? How far can you get into somebody's life without harm being done? all of these things.
She is everything that is wrong with America right now.
I hear I'm famous.
I mean, I know why our telling of it captivates me, but it's honestly still a question I have of what about her actual story has lasted this, already. Like it's got legs and people still care about it. And I think that's wonderful. Obviously, selfishly, I think it's wonderful. But it is sort of surprising. But yeah, like we're living the actual phenomenon of her gripping personality. She definitely does remind you of the types of people that do kind of just grip on the people that they meet, and they just make them want to please them. And so I think that society is doing that in a weird way, and I'm part of it.
Millions of dollars.
Hi, Anna. I just had some questions.
I have a question. What's you wearing? You look poor.
Something I really connected to with playing Vivian was that she just really, really loves her craft. She loves the craft of journalism the way that I love the craft of acting. I mean, I think on the very surface, she and I both are really, really fast mental processing. Like we've just got a ton of information, and it's all game. So Jessica is one of our co-producers. So she's given our blessing all the way from the get-go. And we didn't have like lunches. We didn't do that sort of thing because I actually was tasked with not matching. I'm not matching her. Some of our cast members had that assignment to be playing a real person that is known and to match them. And mine, we were fictionalizing. So we're very, very inspired, obviously. The article. But because the article is the thing that we were keeping most closely matched, that is sort of what I went with. I went with all of the written word that I could. I read all of Jessica's articles. I read all of her notes. She's a copious note taker, and thank you. Especially as we were discussing for such a cerebral character, it almost feels like the written word you're gonna unlock a lot more through their voice on the page, and I just felt like it was that was my way in. It was like it was like a decoding the written word, and I loved that. It helped me with all my choices. I think Anna Delvey, is up to her, and I think she's impossible to know. I've never met her personally, so I'm not going to really get into who she is, but again, another question: how much can you ever know a person, right? Is the way you see green the way I see green? None of us are gonna know, like, ever. So yeah, Anna, it's for her to know, and it's for other people to determine how much it matters to them. I hope that it's like the slow burn that I always hope for after a show. I really hope that, as they walk around in their own lives, making their own choices, they have another platform upon which to decide, what they think is good and bad, what they think is right and wrong, what is okay with them about the way people treat other people. I feel like we present so many great and important and relevant questions about today's, we use the word society so much, but it's true, about today's society, that I think that, an audience member would be remiss to not adopt some of those questions themselves. So that's I just hope that they come out of it with some personal debate. It's good. It's good.
We should mention you can catch Inventing Anna right now, streaming on Netflix. Next up, a visit with the great Bob Odenkirk.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And we're back on Popstar Plus. Bob Odenkirk is unmistakable for his roles, of course, in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Now in the new memoir, comedy, drama, he put pen to paper about his own career in showbiz. And he told us all about it today in Studio 1A.
Actor and comedian Bob Odenkirk is one of Hollywood's most beloved stars. He's a 4-time Emmy nominee for his starring role in Better Call Saul and shined on the beloved Breaking Bad, and now he's sharing his story. It's a new memoir. Comedy, drama. Bob, good morning. How are you?
Hey, I'm good.
I'm just happy you're here in this chair.
That's so nice of you to say.
We were talking about how you call it a heart incident.
Well, I want to just speak about it properly. Yeah. Heart doctors tell me that what I had was a heart incident, not technically a heart attack, but I don't know what the difference is. I was turning blue and not breathing, and my heart was arrhythmic, and it needed to get back to a rhythm. I don't really understand how it works, but I just know that I wouldn't have survived if.
Where did it happen, and how?
I was in the studio shooting Better Call Saul, our final season.
Yeah.
Which is going to premiere on April 18th, and it's going to be great if you're a Better Call Saul fan.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you to see this, but we were shooting a great scene, me and Ray Seahorn and Patrick Fabian and some other people.
Yeah.
And we had gone off to our waiting area, and luckily I stayed in the area with the other actors, because if I'd gone to my trailer, I wouldn't be here right now.
Oh, my God.
So I went down, and they set up the alarm, and people came out, and Rosa Estrada, our health officer, was a medic who served in the armed forces for a tour, and she came out and started CPR on me and saved my life.
Did some people have epiphanies after something like that?
I'm having a very slow epiphany.
Yeah.
Even right now.
Yeah.
And the epiphany was simply that my life is pretty damn great.
Oh, great.
And I should appreciate it and the people around me. Honestly, that's, I think people do have epiphanies when they have a near-death experience. And oftentimes it's, I have to change something, And I think my epiphany is I have to appreciate what I have, because it's really great, and I've got great people around me, and for some reason, people are very nice to me, and were so nice on social media when I had this heart attack.
Bob, this book is filled with all of that appreciation, but what you found I love is a lot of what you appreciate your life, or maybe the things that didn't happen the way you wanted them to.
Yeah.
You were talking about once where you were trying for that Steve Carell job at the office, and you wrote, One trick to surviving Hollywood's beatdown is to keep making new things in spite of every no.
Yeah.
To somehow stay in touch with the joy that brought you to the game.
It can be hard to do when there's me and Chris Farley backstage in Second City. That's me and Robert Smigel, a great writer of sketches. And my agent, R.A. Emanuel, now a world beater, amazing guy.
So how did you pick yourself up when there was a swing and a miss like that?
You know, I always had a weird faith in this business that if you came to it with a fresh idea, that you'd get a hearing, a chance. And it's really true. I mean, showbiz loves new faces and reinvented, characters and faces. So I think it's just been a great business, and I just believed even in the hardest moments, the sense that I had something to offer if I just was patient and set to writing, which is how I started as a writer.
Well, as a writer on SNL, you wrote one of the most famous sketches, Living in a Van Down by the River, the Chris Farley sketch.
Motivational speaker, yeah.
That was to die for. It's one of those that lives on and on and on. Just real quick.
It's one of my favorite things I ever did in showbiz.
Really?
My daughter asked me once, what's your favorite thing you've done? And I said it was doing this sketch at Second City every night for the summer that I was there. And I wrote it for Chris, and he wouldn't quit until he made every performer laugh. You could see it making.
I can see one by one they're
Christine
dropping.
Applegate and David Spade laugh. He wouldn't quit. He would just keep doing the character right in your face until you broke up.
Are you happy you made the turn to drama?
I didn't even realize it was happening, man. All of a sudden, I'm in this drama stuff, and people are liking it. Yeah, it's great. You dig deeper into a character, and I've had such wonderful writing with the writers of Breaking Bad and now Better Call Saul. I've been very blessed.
You are such a nice guy, Bob.
Oh,
I'm so
nice
happy. I hope people read this book. It's called Comedy, Drama. It's full of not just stories about the business, but also stories about your life. And I think a lot of people are going to enjoy them. And also, if you're starting out in the business and you're wondering, can I take a crack at this?
Yeah.
This book is definitely for you. You can find more of it at today.com.
Love Bob Odenkirk. Mr. Show, one of my favorite shows to this day. Bob Odenkirk's new memoir is available now. And coming up, we're dedicating our From the Vault segment to Oscar winner Javier Bardem.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Javier Bardem earned another Oscar nomination this year, his fourth, if you're keeping track at home, this time for his portrayal of Ricky Ricardo in Being the Ricardos. Of course, he won the Academy Award for his performance as a psychopath assassin in No Country for Old Men. What a movie that was, back in 2008. Well, he spoke to Today about that part. Here is today's From the Vault.
The Coen brothers have a new thriller out. It is called No Country for Old Men, and it has taken home 2 Golden Globes. The movie is set in 1980s West Texas. It's the chilling tale of 3 lives that intersect. When one makes a life-changing discovery worth millions, another hunts him down to get it back, and the third tries to set it all right. Academy Award-nominated actor Javier Bardem stars in No Country for Old Men. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
You know, like a lot of the characters you run into in this movie, your character runs into, I was blown away. Literally, by the movie, by the acting, by everything about it. By the way, congratulations on the Golden Globe as supporting actor. I was sorry you didn't get to walk down the red carpet. Was that sort of a bummer?
Honestly?
Yeah,
no,
honestly.
No, because
Really?
you don't have to get dressed and do the carpet. You guys are in the sofa on the couch and having a drink and
So you're sitting in your
relax.
underwear watching it, essentially?
Well, I don't know if I will be on my underwear, but I definitely was watching it on TV.
Yeah, well, so many people thought you would get that nod. So were you surprised or just...
I'm quite surprised about everything, I have to say. Since the very first moment I did the movie, having in mind that I'm a Spanish actor doing a movie with the Coen brothers, that's quite a surprise. So everything beyond that is kind of a gift for me. I think it's extraordinary the impact that the movie No Country for Old Men has had in people,
Why do
and
you
will have in
think
people.
why do you think it's had that impact?
I don't know, I think it's about the Coens, about their work, about their talent, about how they are able to put together such a big masterpiece of a book by Cormac McCarthy and put it out there in a very beautifully constructed way, but also easy for everybody, but at the same time profound in the way that there's a big statement behind the movie that makes the movie more powerful. It's beyond entertainment. It's something that it has its own weight.
You know, you talk about the effort of the Coen brothers, but you yourself, you had to create this character, Sugar, and you had little to go on. In the book, about all you know is that the guy has blue eyes, which you don't have, and yet you create this very menacing presence with the gait and the toying causing and obviously the killing. How do you even go about creating Sugar? What was the process like for you?
I guess it's about really trying to bring what he represents, which is kind of the symbolic idea of violence, into a human behavior, which unfortunately we are aware of that in a lot of behaviors out there. We are part of the violence, and we have violence inside. Whether we like it or not, we have to face it, and we have to really control it. He can't, and that's the way you have to more or less understand where he's coming from, what he wants, and try to put it out there and create this character that is just that, a violent machine.
But was it hard to inhabit that character? Because just to watch you is difficult.
I don't think it was especially hard. It was very hard to wear that haircut, but it's not really hard to be him just because it's just fiction. It's not something that you take with you when you get back to the hotel.
Yeah, tell me about the haircut, because a lot of thought went into that.
Well, that's a very good idea of the Coens. They did it. It came from them, and I think it's very helpful because it make the whole character totally insane, because it goes so against what he represents, this beautiful Prince Valiant kind of haircut, that it's totally, opposite of what it should be.
Now, after you play a role like this, do you want to just do something lighthearted, silly?
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't think in that terms. I just think about what the quality of the role is, and I mean, I don't want to kill anybody else in the next
I'm glad
couple
to hear
of
that.
years in movies. I mean, so,
no, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good luck with the Oscar nomination. Something tells me we'll be hearing your name a lot more in the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you.
And guess what? It just so happens to be Javier Bardem's birthday today. So Javier, happy birthday to you out there. Another Pop Star Plus in the books. Tomorrow we've got one of the stars of the Gilded Age. Until then, bye-bye.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day. This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
A unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look.
Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut, Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Hello, hello, everyone. And today, all day land, we are so happy you're here with us, tuning into our digital show, Today in 30.
Here's what is coming your way on today's episode. Of course, we're going to get the very latest from the war in Ukraine, as well as an inside look at the mounting humanitarian crisis, all triggered by Russia's invasion. Richard Engel, Tom Yamas, right there on the front lines. They'll bring us back-to-back reports.
And then the third hour crew welcomed a rather interesting guest, a man who set out to break 52 Guinness World Records in 52
Wow.
weeks. And wait till you hear the great reason why.
And we are so happy because Bobby Thomas is back to Studio 1A. We caught up with her. We talked about how she's doing. She's got a new project. She actually needs your help, and I think will ultimately help you. But we're going to hear all about it.
Can't wait to see Bobby. Looking forward to it. Let's go get him, shall we?
Yeah, it's time for...
I didn't mean to say that, but it sounded good.
Today
Go
in
get him.
30.
Today in 30.
We've got it all covered across the region, beginning in Kyiv with NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Hey, Richard.
Good morning, Hoda. Russia is continuing its offensive against this country's cities, and the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations is warning of potentially a much worse phase to come, saying that Russia has mobilized uniquely dangerous weapons, including cluster munitions and so-called vacuum bombs, both prohibited for use against civilians.
Russia is taking Kharkiv apart, surrounding Ukraine's second largest city and bombing it, killing dozens. A Ukrainian activist was broadcasting to supporters how their donations are helping to keep the city going when but somehow, despite a relentless campaign, the Ukrainian government is still hanging on. Further south, Russian troops claim to have captured their first Ukrainian city, a small one, Kherson. Ukrainian officials say the battles continue there and claim Russian forces are looting the city. Russian troops were told they'd be greeted as liberators. But nationwide, Ukrainians are resisting them with drones, U.S.-supplied anti-tank weapons, and people power. In town after town, Ukrainians are standing up to convoys, unarmed, blocking the roads, daring the Russians to fire on them. Ukrainians blocked the road outside of Zaporizhzhia and pleaded with Russians not to fight near the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe and risk an atomic catastrophe. Others appeared to be having more fun. These Ukrainians joyriding an apparently abandoned Russian tank. Glory to Ukraine, they say. Russian vehicles are getting stuck on the roads or running out of gas. Ukraine's President Zelensky expressed sympathy for the Russian soldiers. They are not warriors, he said. They are confused children and are being used. Zelensky's chief advisor in the New York Times wrote Vladimir Putin will not stop with Ukraine. The Kremlin wants to create a new Russian empire, he wrote. Ukraine is calling for a no-fly zone to stop Russia's air campaign. It would be a major escalation, since it could see the U.S. or NATO shooting down Russian planes. The Biden administration has ruled it out, while that massive Russian convoy heading toward Kiev, for now, remains stalled outside the city, plagued by fuel shortages.
And Heda, yesterday we brought you some images of children who had been moved down to a bomb shelter beneath a hospital here. We were back at that hospital this morning. The children we were filming with are all doing fine. But the hospital is now taking measures to evacuate some of the most vulnerable people, particularly cancer patients, that have begun trying to get them out of this country.
Oh, such heartbreaking images. Richard Engel for us. Richard, thank you.
And we have more on the worsening toll of the invasion on the people of Ukraine, fleeing the country by the hundreds of thousands every single day. A rush to safety that's becoming more difficult and more dangerous as Russian forces advance. NBC's Tom Yamas again for us in western Ukraine. Tom, good morning to you.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. We are at one of the many checkpoints spread out across western Ukraine this morning. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can see there's guards here that have weapons. They're checking cars over there. They're looking for any type of Russian spies, saboteurs, anything that looks suspicious. And they're not only protecting the people of this town, they're also protecting the hundreds of thousands of refugees who are stopping here before heading towards the border. For many families, it's the last stop before getting out. Lviv in western Ukraine. It's here they can find one last hot meal, a place to sleep, and exchange stories of what they witnessed.
Today, they have bombed my city, destroyed many houses. They didn't launch rockets. They dropped bombs, destroyed many houses.
Like many mothers at this shelter, Tanya Totska is from the east, where Russian airstrikes have destroyed school buildings in downtown Kharkiv. Neighborhoods reduced to rubble, and in the capital, Kyiv, the bombing has driven some 15,000 to shelter in metro stations, including children and the elderly.
I'm on the subway now, and it's terrible. How many kids are there? We won't live as independent, normal country.
Every day, more people arrive in Lviv. This Baptist seminary is now housing dozens of families.
I don't understand anything in politics. I just want to stop this war and that's it.
The kindness of strangers is keeping these families fed and clothed. At this shelter, most of the donations have poured in from the U.S.
You don't know anybody here?
No. We don't know no one here.
These are strangers to you? Yeah. And they took you in? Yeah.
Yes.
That's pretty amazing.
This family of four is heading for Poland, but they can't stop thinking about the relatives they left behind in the rush to get out.
There is no transportation to go, and a lot of heatings. It's dangerous so much. They heat everything.
Before leaving this shelter, we met Tanya Lushakova and her 5-month-old son, Alisi, the youngest refugee we've encountered so far. When she looks down at her child, she says she's reminded of how far they've come, but also how much further they need to go.
And you think about this war, what goes on in your head?
She says she worries about the psychological effects this war will have on Ukraine's little ones. But she also told me this war has revealed who the strongest creatures are in this battle. It's the mothers fighting to save their children. We have met so many brave mothers out here. We do have an update on the refugee crisis this morning. The UN now saying 1 million Ukrainians have fled from this country, and they continue to believe that number is just going to go higher and higher. And a bit of good news now, the Ukrainian rail company says they are allowing passengers on. They are no longer doing any type of commercial business. It's only refugees headed towards the west. We also can tell you several European companies are now letting Ukrainian refugees board their trains as long as they have a Ukrainian passport. So all of this very good developments, but the rail company says there is still a major problem. They can't get trains into the east where they are needed the most, but also where that fighting is most intense. Savannah?
Tom Yamas, keep telling these stories. Thank you so much for being there. We appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, we turn now to potential trouble for TikTok.
Yeah, a group of state attorneys general announcing a new investigation into the popular social media site. So the goal here, to determine if it is harming the mental health of children. NBC senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson joins us now with more on this story. Hey, Hallie, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning. You know, we're talking about an app that has exploded in popularity in the last year, with what TikTok says are about 1 billion people around the world using it every month. But now, at least 8 states' attorneys general want to know if TikTok is doing enough to protect younger users, all part of this bigger push we've been talking about to keep kids safe online.
TikTok under investigation this morning. At least 8 state attorneys general now launching an inquiry into the social media app to look at whether the popular platform is harming its young users.
This investigation of TikTok will focus on what TikTok knows about its platform, its algorithm, and its impact on young people, whether it knows that it causes harm to young people.
The coalition of AGs wants to know if TikTok, which is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, violated state consumer protection laws, and wants to know more about the potential mental and physical risks to children using the platform.
Whether there is a harm to children with respect to anxiety or depression or suicidal ideation or body image, and what TikTok did to engage young people.
In response to the investigation, TikTok overnight telling NBC News, "We care deeply about building an experience that helps to protect and support the well-being of our community and appreciate that the state attorneys general are focusing on the safety of younger users." This announcement, the latest, focused on protecting children online. In November, a bipartisan group of state AGs investigated Instagram, digging into what they called the resulting harms of extended engagement on the photo sharing app, and whether its parent company Meta, formerly Facebook, also violated consumer protection laws. At the time, a Meta spokesperson telling NBC News the investigation was based on a deep misunderstanding of the facts, adding the company leads the industry in supporting young users. The Meta investigation coming just weeks after a Facebook whistleblower told Congress the social media giant knew Instagram was toxic, especially for the mental health of teen girls. That whistleblower, Frances Haugen, a guest at Tuesday's State of the Union speech, where President Biden demanded more safety protection for kids.
We must hold social media platforms accountable for the national experiment they're conducting on our children for profit.
That, of course, is the backdrop to what we're talking about now, this TikTok investigation, which specifically focuses on the things the company does to try to boost the engagement of younger people on the app, like increasing the amount of time that they actually spend on TikTok. Hoda.
All right, Hallie Jackson for us. Hallie, thank you.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, my buddy Al Roker here, he holds a handful of Guinness World Records, of course. He's not even close to our next guest, though.
David Rush started setting records in 2015 to raise awareness for STEM education. And he never stopped with 200 records so far.
So last year, he set a goal to break 52 records in 52 weeks. If you're counting, that's one new record every week.
Well, Guinness has already recognized 47 of them. David's joining us now to talk about the experience. David, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, thanks for having me on. It's so great to be back.
Well, thanks for being here. Hopefully we can help you break a record here for whatever reason. But so how did this get started? How did this idea come about?
Yeah, so I've been promoting STEM education for about a dozen years and telling students, hey, I wasn't smart enough to get a gifted program in the public education in Idaho when I tried out in second grade, but I did in fifth grade for math only. Does that mean I couldn't be good at science or history or language or literature? Well, by the time I graduated from high school, I got into MIT and I got my electrical engineering degree. And I wanted to give students this tangible example that if you set your mind to a goal, believe in yourself and pursue it with a passion, you can accomplish virtually anything. And that's when I started breaking records as that tangible example.
Well, David, what was the hardest record to break? Which one was the hardest and which one was the easiest?
So I think I rank the records as impossible to easy, and a couple of the impossible ones are like the fastest 100-meter dash run while juggling blindfolded.
Wow.
And you have to stay in the lane.
Wow.
Oh, you have to stay in the lane.
Wait, we're watching this now. I don't even know how that's possible.
So that's the hardest. What was the easiest? That looks like...
So I literally had to run 3,000 miles while juggling, and a significant portion of that with my eyes closed and tons of attempts. The easiest are like the fastest time to pop 10 balloons between two people, and one that it wasn't particularly competitive at the time, but it's getting more competitive now.
You know, it's fun and it's fun to watch you, but I know that this is something you're passionate about, you know, promoting STEM education. Why is that so important to you? And do you feel like that message has been received?
Yeah, so I work at a Boise-based startup company called Cradlepoint, and the hardest positions to fill are those that require STEM degrees. Glassdoor published a couple weeks ago the #1 job in America, and 24 out of the top 50 require these STEM degrees. They're the best paying, they're the ones that are the most in demand, they offer the most work-life flexibility, but a student will struggle with math or fail a science test and say, I can never become an engineer, it's too hard. And they have this fixed mindset. But Stanford psychologist Carol Dweck talks about having a growth mindset, this idea that skills, talents, and abilities are not innate to yourself, and you have to discover how good you are at them. You can develop any skill, talent, or ability. Wow. You can become better at math. You can become better at science. You become a better friend, a better conversationalist, or better at breaking Guinness World Records, which is just the example I'm using to make it real for students.
Which, David, it takes a lot of practice. I mean, you can't just pick up, a ball and start juggling and run blindfolded. I mean, you have a full-time job, you have a wife, you have 2 kids. How do you find time to practice these records?
it's all about what you prioritize. And I practice with the kids. Like, they love keepy uppy, taking a balloon and keeping it in the air. And so I'll play keepy uppy with them, or I'll do the juggling and I'll involve them. Or, when I was doing a lot of the running records, I'd put the kids in a stroller and I'd go out running with them to spend time with my kids and my family. I tried not to tell them about that while I was doing it in the stroller. And so it's just a matter of finding the time. So, in the mornings, lunch hours, and weekends, spending time with the family while practicing for these records.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we know Guinness has recognized 47 of your 52 records. We actually have official Guinness World Record adjudicator Michael Imprint here with a little surprise for you this morning. Michael, what you got?
Oh, you're kidding me.
I'm so excited to be here, and it's great to see you, and I have some very good news. We have been busy reviewing your evidence, and I can now verify 2 more Guinness World Records titles. Congratulations. Now, the Guinness World Records title holder for most poi twirls in 1 minute with 83, and the longest time to balance a lawnmower on your chin at 30 minutes, 33 seconds.
Wait, what?
Wait, look at this, guys. Look at this.
Wow.
I hope that doesn't.
How does it feel, David, knowing that it's now official?
I'm super excited. Those were 2 of the hardest ones. I set this last year as well. The pain in the neck was absolutely huge. And then spinning those poi, they're moving around at over 60 miles an hour. And so I learned to keep my wallet in my pockets in case I hit myself.
What's a
There it is. That's what it is.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
That is wild.
Michael, thank you so much.
Michael, thank you.
Congratulations, David.
There you go.
Have you seen Michael since your last?
I have not. So this is the first time we're seeing
First
Michael.
time.
Because the last time we did it, we were virtual.
That's right.
David, congratulations, and thank you so much for all you do, raising awareness for STEM. It's really so important. Good luck with your goal.
Hey, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Awesome. Michael, thanks again to you.
Michael.
It's always something to celebrate when you're here.
I know.
Sometimes.
I told him he brings joy. When he's here, that means, something good.
And maybe next time you could bring a Guinness.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We want to catch up with our dear, dear, precious Bobby Thomas.
And we are so thrilled to have you back in the studio for the first time and can't believe it in 2 years.
My gosh, that hug, I can't even begin to tell you how long. I mean, so many people have been missing hugs. We've been socially distant, but that was really hard. Someone that so many wonderful people have reached out. Kimberly from Little Big Town. Never in a million years did I think a country star would reach out to offer comfort, but she had lost her husband in 2005. And one day I was driving in the car and she called me on the phone and she said, "Do you miss being touched?" And I thought, yeah. And she said, "You need to book a massage." And that was such a good tip for me that I want anybody listening who misses that touch, because Miles is like 6.5, 7, and he's at that age where he's like, "Mom, you're hugging me so much right now." I'm like, "I am gonna squeeze you, just stay still."
Bobby, for people who have been missing you, which is everybody, we just want to show a little bit of a piece of just kind of a look back at what your time has been. Take a look at Bobby's journey. the most gorgeous woman in the world. Bobby Thomas. Bobby Thomas. Our girl Bobby Thomas. Yeah. For more than 15 years, today's style editor Bobby Thomas has made it her mission to help us look and feel our best.
Everyone can feel beautiful and glamorous with a few of these insider tips and tricks. I have the best job. I just love sharing with you all at home and the ladies.
She's brought us and all of you along for life's most important moments, like her wedding to Michael Marion at Kathy Lee's home in 2013. She shared her very personal journey to parenthood in hopes that it might help someone else.
It takes a village to raise children, but to make them too. This is my 3rd round of IVF.
Can we say that again? Bobby is pregnant.
Yes.
Thank God. It's a boy! Together, we've celebrated life's sweetest moments, like the birth of Bobby and Michael's son Miles in July of 2015. And have felt her pain during the challenging ones. We watched as she bravely cared for Michael after a stroke in 2019 that left him hospitalized.
We have a really long road ahead, but he is so strong.
That's it. That's better.
With Bobby by his side, Michael defied the odds, learning to walk, run, and even lift Miles. 2 years later, Michael was hospitalized due to medical complications unrelated to the stroke he worked so hard to recover from. And together, we mourned his passing.
Our friend Bobby Thomas is grappling with the untimely loss of her husband, Michael Marion, who was just 42 years old.
After suffering an immeasurable loss, Bobby thought not of herself, but of others.
You have to give yourself the grace to not try and fix it. The pain. If I can do anything to tell other people who are going through this, because I know how alone I feel and I have so much support, it's to not feel like the problem.
It's been a little while since I've been social.
As she navigates moving forward and building her new normal, she stayed connected via social media, sharing challenges and small victories. But today, she's ready to bring her signature style and beauty both inside and out back here with us.
Bobby, rewatching your journey, wow. You know who's popping out to me and all of that is little Miles, who's now, how old is he?
6.5 going on like. He is so strong. I call him my little Yoda. On my birthday, he went upstairs to my neighbors to ask to bring him across the street to Milk Bar to get me a piece of birthday cake because he wanted me to have one. Wow. I mean, this kid is so incredible. He's probably the only thing. You know, you're in such a fog when everything happens, and that was it. There was like a saving grace standing in front of me because you didn't have time to be sad. You just saw this like kid. He wakes up, he's always smiling, he's bouncing, he's goofing around, and he's so thoughtful.
You've been an incredible mom since the moment you had him. It's just so fun to watch your strength and your grace and everything you do. But you wrote something that touched both Heda and I. It was so beautiful, and we're going to just read a little bit from this essay about the support you've received. You said it's hard to explain, but knowing that you aren't alone, even when you feel like you are, can be the difference between a good day and an awful one. Now my wish is to boomerang all that support back with my whole heart.
Whole heart.
Tell us about that piece.
All I thought, first of all, I wrote it because I wasn't sure I could say what I could say today. Because I'm looking at these ladies and I wish I could drag you all in here to be, I am so lucky to call this home. And off camera, they have texted me and been so kind. But there are so many people out there that I am so aware that I haven't felt alone. And Hoda, you've texted me, I see you. If there is anything I dreamt of doing was to look straight, I don't even know which camera.
That one.
But to tell you, you aren't alone, and it can be so embarrassing and shameful to feel sad about not wanting to get up and to just, you don't want to be Debbie Downer with your group of friends. And all I can say is that I'm still me. I'm still gonna love lipstick and talk about fashion, but I also feel like life is so much bigger. I talk about big feelings, and
I loved that.
It's so
it's the best for anybody,
kids and grown-ups.
Look, I feel like it's so important to give yourself the grace to have those feelings and not have words for them. But more importantly, know that other people have those big feelings too. And kindness is allowing the grace for other people to have that. We all just want to feel like we're wanted.
Yes.
That's how amazing I
Wanted
feel.
and we're seen.
Wanted with our big feelings.
With our big feelings. Well, I love this new project that you're embarking on. You said you're still going to be doing, obviously, fashion and the rest. But
Whatever
there's-
you- we need it. Whatever you want.
This is important, though. This project is called Dear Bobby. So just tell us what this is going to be.
You know, I feel really fortunate. People here said, I wanted to do more. The only reason I'm here are because of how many people, even last night, sharing such personal stories with me. I just want to see you. And I want to help in any way I can. If it's just something as simple as just helping you find new girlfriends, lipstick, I don't care. We'll fly on a plane upside down. So
you're the perfect person. And the truth is that we've all been grieving collectively as a country, and people are going to feel your generosity, your grace, your compassion, which we get to feel every time you're here.
Bobby, you are unchanged from the first day we met. You just keep getting better and better and better. And thank you for doing this. I mean, I can already picture our viewers lining up saying, "Dear Bobby."
Please find me. I don't care how.
They're going to.
Don't worry.
And
Pull me over on the street corner.
We'll find you on our website.
For
We'll find
you to give in your darkest hour is so you. And we love you so much.
We want you guys to read Bobby's incredibly powerful essay. Jenna and I both read it this morning, and it brought us to tears. Head to hodaandjenna.com. And while you're there, that's where you can send your letters, your questions, your stories. Dear Bobby, just click on the connect button. We have a special place for Bobby Thomas, as we always have.
I have a feeling that there's going to be letters flooding, and we love you so much.
Thank you, Bobby. Love you.
All right, hope you come back. Tomorrow and today, One Republic's Ryan Tedder joins us live in Studio 1A. He's got some new music to share. And you know, remember, he always smells good.
Always,
yeah, I'm always like circling around like a creep.
I know how you do that. We'll see you then. Have a great day.
I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomping ground of crabs.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People have been coming to Fayetteville's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Fayetteville's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Fadley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Fadley Devine. I own Fadley Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working.
You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them.
People ask her for an autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Fadley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Fadley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Fadley's, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. and it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Fadley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while.
I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started at the end of '79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with families. A lot of personalities, but you love each other, and it always works. You know, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Well, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake.
And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
I sleep with her. She won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. So, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
Right.
nothing more.
That's right.
And the big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen 2.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the 4th generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? How'd it biting today?
This morning it did pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and got nobody to tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning, before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crabbers catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Jumbo, crab, lobster.
Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're gonna see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in DC, so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm black on my mother's side. And pretty much has always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we have to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you have people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
Well, I know I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off. There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron, I've got rubber gloves on. All right. Patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is say we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're going to drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough foul?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She's stayed on me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
kind
and
of a street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular. Other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, exactly.
Yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. We're gonna sit in the middle.
That too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
Is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done.
Faster than I did.
Wow. Wow. It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of that?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because, I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that, I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
and something crisp around the edges and then things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much, and just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Oh, kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's
Try
the
it.
piece.
Yes, yes. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Al, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family.
So at the time I was living in Paris. I was just a couple months out of college, and I was working as a paralegal and pursuing this other, stringer position on the side. And I hadn't been feeling well for a while. It started with an itch, and the itch blossomed into all kinds of mysterious symptoms. I was getting colds all the time and coming down with bouts of bronchitis. But the biggest symptom I had was fatigue. But of course, at 22, everyone is tired.
Yeah.
Everyone that I was hanging out with was working hard and going out at night dancing. And so I didn't really make much of it. And I went to see a number of doctors, all of whom, treated that specific symptom or ailment and sent me home. And toward the end of my time in Paris, I started to get the feeling that my doctors that I was seeing weren't taking me seriously. But I think the truth is I wasn't entirely taking myself seriously. And it was only when I got to a point where I was so weak, it was a struggle to walk up and down the stairs, that I found myself in an emergency room. And within 24 hours, I was on a plane back home to upstate New York, and I got the bone marrow biopsy that led to my actual diagnosis.
To hear the words that you were diagnosed with a specific type of leukemia at 22 is scary enough, but when they said the chances of survival were 1 in 3, I mean, my God, like what goes through a 22-year-old's head?
I think there was this immediate sense of fracture. There was my life before and everything that came after. And, I never returned to Paris, to my apartment, to my job. Friends packed up my things and sent them to my house. And I had this sense, even though I couldn't quite wrap my head around what it meant to have a cancer diagnosis at 22, that the person I'd been before was buried. There was no returning to that pre-diagnosis self.
The cancer fight, and I don't know how you describe it, but usually there's a beginning and an end point for it. I mean, I had breast cancer. I think for 6 or 8 months I went through stuff.
Yeah.
Your timing, the 3.5, was it 3.5, 4 years of going through chemo and bone marrow and chemo again. How did you see light, and how did you survive all those days?
One of the most challenging parts of that experience was the sense of the goalposts moving. I didn't know, on day one that I was going to be in treatment for 3.5 years. And they say you can survive anything as long as you can see the end date in sight. And there came a point in my treatment where I couldn't see that end in sight. And that was the most challenging, I think, to know how to kind of anchor yourself when you're swimming in a sea of uncertainty.
I mean, there are life lessons that come in your worst times. I mean, some change we choose in our life and some is cast upon us, and you have to figure it out. And I don't know, I remember so clearly how the world got clear. I was never clear. I think I was kind of always mushy about things. Those are my friends. I don't love that one so much, but so what? They're nice. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. And then all of a sudden, you realize, like, my life has a beginning and an end, and I'm not wasting time. Like, that time is over.
Yeah.
Did you have that sensation?
Yeah. I think, a lot of people in their early 20s, I had this feeling of time.
Yes.
I had time to figure out who I was, time to figure out what I wanted to do. And that diagnosis brought into immediate, urgent focus the fact that we're all here for a finite period of time. And I felt a strange sense of urgency around time. And I had the same experience. It felt like all the artifice just kind of fell away.
Yeah.
I got clear not only about who my friends were, but maybe more importantly, who I wanted to be friends with and what kind of relationships I wanted to cultivate. And I had such limited energy that I was well enough to maybe do 3 things every day, small things, like write an email, watch a movie, see a friend. And what that meant for me was that I had to get very clear about my priorities.
Wow. That is so true. And there's something so strange about how free you feel suddenly. You didn't even realize you were carrying all that heavy junk around.
Yeah.
It's like I didn't even, you don't even realize it. It's like my shoulders feel lighter, even though you're in the middle of it. So to have a doctor say to you after a bone marrow transplant and chemo again, okay, I don't know if you used the term cancer-free or you are in remission, but to hear those words, what did that moment feel like?
I mean, I had been hoping to hear those words for almost 3.5 years. The goal had always been to survive, and I'd spent 1,400 days working tirelessly toward that goal. And I thought when I got to that place I would want to celebrate.
Yeah.
I wanted to feel grateful. I wanted to quickly and organically fold back into the rhythms of living, but instead I found myself in this kind of limbo, this kind of in-between place where on paper I was better, but off paper, I couldn't have felt further from being the healthy, happy, 27-year-old that I'd hoped to be on the other side of all this.
Especially because when you spend almost 3.5 years in one space, it's the same thing. The idea that, okay, now this is over, and all your friends or some of your friends and colleagues are saying, oh, great, so now we can go back to the way it was. Let's go out to the bar. Let's go have some fun.
Exactly.
You weren't feeling those things.
Yeah, I wanted to be feeling those things. But, I think often when we talk about things like cancer, the kind of final act or the end of the story comes with a cure. But we don't talk a lot about what happens after. And it took me a while to even acknowledge to myself how much I was struggling. There were so many unanswered questions that I didn't know what to do with. Like, how do I find a job when I need to nap for 4 hours in the day, or my immune system is still sending me to the emergency room on a regular basis? How do I date when I have a 1/4 inch of hair and a port still in my chest? How do I talk about, the side effects of chemo, like infertility or early menopause? Like, all of it felt so overwhelming. And in a weird way, I found myself almost wishing that I was still sick, not because I wanted to have leukemia, of course, but I understood the hospital ecosystem.
Right.
That was the world I lived in for 4 years. I felt comfortable there. I looked like the other patients. It was the outside world that felt scary and foreign and daunting to me.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So I loved your New York Times column. I thought it was so beautiful and riveting and moving. But what I loved so much more was when people reached out to you because they connected with you. You had this way that whether you were sick before or you weren't, or you knew, somehow people felt you, like you reached across and you grabbed them by the heart. And people wrote you letters. And, you know, in this industry, sometimes you get a letter and you got beautiful letters and you read them, but then you did something totally amazing. Like I have not heard of someone doing this, but what did you do with those letters that you got?
So, you know, in that year after I finished treatment, I was in the most lost place I've ever been. I knew I wasn't a cancer patient anymore. I knew I couldn't return to the person I'd been pre-diagnosis, but I had no idea who I was. And so I started thinking about these different rites of passages that we have in our culture, these kind of ritualized ceremonies that help us move through transitions, like baby showers and weddings and funerals. And I realized that there wasn't a kind of ritual or rite of passage when you emerge from a long illness. And I needed that. I needed time to reckon with what I'd been through and to reflect on who I wanted to become. I needed the space away from my home and my kind of cancer identity to really kind of come into my own. And so I hatched this kind of boondoggle of a plan. And I decided to learn how to drive.
You didn't have your license?
I did not have my license. I rented out my apartment and I borrowed a friend's car, and I ended up embarking on a 15,000-mile road trip across the country to meet some of the strangers who'd written me letters about their own major life interruptions and their own stories of transition. And they really, those individuals, there were about 22 of them that I visited, became my sort of breadcrumb trail through the wilderness of survivorship. I was always prepared for the other shoe to drop, prepared for something to go wrong. And what I found instead in these encounters and on that road trip was that the world really welcomed me at every turn. I ended up, staying on someone's fold-out couch. I stayed on a ranch in Wyoming with a family of survivalist ranchers. I visited a high school teacher in California who was grieving the death of her son. I went to a maximum security prison in Texas to visit a death row convict. And each of those conversations helped me gain a sense of perspective on my own predicament. But more than that, I think it showed me a way to reimagine community. And it gave me this sense of connection that at a time in my life when I felt so lost and so isolated, really helped me see a path forward.
Are you happy?
I'm so happy.
What makes you happy now?
The strange thing in the last year of this pandemic is I found myself living a version of the life that I had when I was sick, which is to say that my circle is much smaller.
Right.
My life is quieter. And I don't know about you, but I have spent so much of the last decade striving and working and hustling. And I feel so privileged to get to do work that I love. But I've also been thinking about the way that working at that pace can be its own kind of trauma response. So this year for me, my goal has been leisure, which isn't to say I'm not working all the time.
Of course you are. Yeah.
But, these small moments that I've gotten to have in the last year of being at home with our dogs, of gardening, of hanging out with my partner, John.
It's so interesting because I sometimes think like life is full of exclamation points. It's like the good ones. You graduated from college, you meet a great guy, you have a baby, you get married, and then on the flip side, it's you get a sad diagnosis, somebody passes away, etc. But most of the days are just Wednesday in the middle. Nothing terrific and nothing horrible, just Wednesday.
Yeah. Something I've been thinking about recently is trying to approach my Wednesday as ritual, washing the dishes as ritual, gardening as ritual, and really trying to kind of slow down and savor that, because it's so easy to move from one exclamation point to the next. But I'm sure, as you know, when you get a scary diagnosis, you're not thinking about the things that are on your resume. You're thinking about the people you love and wanting to spend time with them. You're thinking about the things that nourish you. And all the rest doesn't matter as much and it falls away. We live in a country that has this culture or this anxiety around accomplishment. And in this season in my life, I'm trying very hard to resist that and to kind of center myself back in those things that I love, the same things that I loved as a little girl, the dancing and music and writing and family.
Speaking of music, music has always been a big part of your life?
Music has always been a big part of my life.
Which explains your very handsome and awesome boyfriend. If you don't know John Baptiste, and we're going to bring him in here in just a second, but he's a cool cat. Boy, is he something special.
He is.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm sitting smack dab in the middle of a love story. Okay, so you're 13 years old. You're both geeks. I know you are at 13 because nobody was not a geek at 13.
yeah.
So are you guys close to the same age?
Yeah, we're about a year and a half apart.
A year and a half apart. So, John, do you remember your girl from band camp at age 13?
So here's what I remember.
Uh-huh.
I remember Birkenstocks. This is not an
You had
endorsement.
Birkenstocks on?
Before they were cool.
Yeah.
She was ahead. Zuleika was ahead.
Now, and I also must say, I am honored to talk to you because when I was growing up at that time, I was watching you on WWL.
Come on. Come on.
So when I was growing up in New Orleans and Kenner, Louisiana, you'd be on TV. My first time leaving was to go to this band camp. First time leaving home and being somewhere for the summer. You go somewhere for the summer for the first time, it's like a new world.
Yeah. Where was band camp? Where were you?
Saratoga Springs.
Oh, so you took a big trip. This was
Yes.
not a nothing. All right.
Upstate New York.
So you were already, what instrument were you playing, John, at the time?
Piano. And I saw her in the courtyard. And this is, again, I thought this was maybe a New York thing. People wear Birkenstocks. Nobody was wearing that in New Orleans.
No, they weren't. Those were not cool in New Orleans.
And I thought what immediately came to my mind was, oh, she's like a hippie. Like granola. Like that
Crunchy
vibe.
granola. And how did you, at 13, did you have any confidence level at 13? Or were you like a lot of 13-year-old girls? You did? She did.
Definitely.
I was a 13-year-old going on 20. I thought I was far more mature than I actually was.
That's impressive. Most 13-year-old girls feel so incredibly awkward.
I was just coming out of what I call UDS, ugly duckling syndrome. I'd just gotten contacts for the first time to replace my bottle-thick glasses.
Okay, so now at 13, that's when the crushes start happening. Was there a crush, or were you all just friends?
No crush.
Yeah.
I was very much a late bloomer. So I was into music and video games and martial arts and chess, things like that.
Eclectic. You got a nice array.
All the nerdy activities.
Yeah, I was about to say all the introspective kind of introvert activities.
Yeah. So
you see.
So like when you saw him, did you just thought a nice kid, nice guy?
I remember thinking he was a little strange because I think I tried to initiate a conversation and conversation was not happening.
You were not into it? You just weren't a conversationalist then?
I think there's a glorious awkwardness in coming into your own at that age.
Yeah,
and
it's
I think
weird.
It's strange, but a beautiful strange. And I feel like I've kept that until adulthood. But I still, I feel like we probably tried to speak, and at that time, anybody who I talked to, and she's always been a great communicator, always magnetic, always able to communicate
She's got it.
the emotions that other people are feeling. I noticed that about her immediately.
Yeah.
But there was no crush. We linked later in college, and that's when we started to really become more friends.
You know what's weird? I on my first week at Juilliard, I was on the 1 train with my friend Michelle, and I had I hadn't thought about John since band camp several years earlier, which when you're a teenager feels like a decade. And I see this young man on the train who is singing to himself and playing the air piano. And people were kind of staring because even in New York, that's not a sight that you see every day. And I looked at him and I turned to my friend and I said, "That's John Batiste. What is he doing here?" And I said, "That's the man I'm going to marry someday." And I just blurted it out and forgot about it.
I want to stop for a second. On the 1 train, you knew you were going to marry John?
It was like one of those things you just say, and I didn't think about it, and I didn't give it much weight.
So is that the last you see of her before you know she's not feeling well?
No, we saw each other. This is in college, my first year, her last year of high school. Then she doesn't end up going to Juilliard. She goes to Princeton. Then at Princeton, she has this incredible time. We don't see each other. In passing, we see each other at performances here and there. We have mutual friends, but we're not really as connected.
Yeah.
Then she has a going away party because she's moving. You're moving to Paris. And I went to the going away party with a mutual friend of ours. But then that was when there was a spark at that party, the going away party. But she was going away.
Going to Paris.
So
bye.
That it was not, the timing.
You were pining, John. A little. You're pining a little.
We had a moment.
We had a moment.
Well, you got to have a moment. I mean, come on, going to Paris, y'all. There's love in the air. Yes. Okay, so let's fast forward to, how did you learn that Suleika was ill, was not well?
So that same friend, Michelle, told me one day, we were playing, my band, we would play in public places often, not for money, just to bring the music, revelry, joy. We were playing in the subway one day, and she told me, and I gathered the rest of my band, because at this time it was just a few of us, and I gathered the rest of them, and we went to the hospital, and I hadn't heard that she was that ill until that moment. It was a real moment of clarity that I had to do something, and what I do is music. I just felt I needed to bring that to the situation to help in any way that I could. So that's what I did.
But that must have been emotional because you didn't expect to see her in that way.
I guess there's an impact that a person has on you that you don't know the full extent of until you're in a moment of crisis. So it felt like I needed to do something in that moment. Even though we weren't super close friends, it felt like, oh, I really connect with this person. I respect this person, what she's all about, what I know of her. This is important. So that's why we went to the hospital when we played, and it was a beautiful experience.
Did you feel like you were doing some good?
Yes, I felt like we were doing good, but that was a special thing for our relationship, a special time to you see each other through these different phases, and you see what a person is like when they're 13, 14. Then you see what a person is like at the beginning of college. Then you see what a person is like when they finish college and going out into the world. Then you see what a person is like when they're going through tremendous duress, the impact of that on their life, meeting the family, understanding, how that impacts a whole community.
But it's also a testament to John, because John is someone who shows up in the difficult moments and who keeps on showing up, not just for me, but for everybody. And he's always been that way.
Well, you got to show them. You got to show people you love them. I urge everybody out there, you show the person in your life who you haven't told or you haven't shown your love, show them.
So what's the future with you two?
Well, we were talking about the kids that you have in your life. That's a beautiful thing to have family. We look forward to something in that realm. There's complications.
Yep.
I don't feel like that is ever a barrier to family, because you can
plenty
figure
of ways
out.
to make a family, right?
Yeah, I think it's possible. It's all about love.
Well, and I'll just say, like, I think one of my big anxieties coming out of this illness was finding a partner who understood that and who wasn't sort of scared of having hard conversations or awkward conversations around things. And I remember talking to John about infertility early on as a result of my treatment. And he said, there are many ways to make a family. And it's its own kind of creative act. And you've just been understanding and open in a way that I wish were the norm, but that I feel very grateful for.
She's got to be real.
Cool.
She's a very real person.
By the way,
eloquent, but she can say she's real. So it's easy to have real, authentic conversations.
Well,
you know, I think John is one of the most creatively brilliant people I know, but what I've loved observing and learning from is the way creativity informs every aspect of his life, including our relationship. And so one example of that is we both travel a lot for work in non-pandemic times, and because of that have to spend sometimes several weeks apart. And he came up with this idea early on in our relationship, which was to write each other a letter every day by hand. Instead of doing like your morning pages or writing in a journal, he would write a letter by hand, take a photo of it, and text it to me. And it brought me back to those letters that I got on the road trip.
Oh, wow.
And I think that there's sometimes certain things that you can only say in the written word that you don't even maybe know you need to say that come out when you're writing letters. But you're always doing stuff like that. You're always finding creative ways for us to deepen our relationship and to stay connected.
by the way, that is the most beautiful and thoughtful and smart. I was thinking, write a letter, but how are you ever going to get it? You take a picture and text it so you can actually read the handwriting. Brilliant.
Right?
Joel and I are stealing that. Thank you. I have to tell you, it's so beautiful because watching your story from the beginning unfold, and I've been reading and watching a lot leading up to this interview, and sitting here in this moment and looking at you two is so beautiful.
Thank you.
Love is in the air, baby.
Oh.
Yes. All right, Suleika, John, thank you guys so much. We appreciate you being on Making Space.
So we've got an Irish pub dialed up for you, Jamie.
Great. Not only an Irish pub, like the best Irish pub in the world, apparently.
In the world, well, at least in New York, but maybe even the world.
Yeah.
The two guys, I think you know, are from Belfast.
Yeah, I do. I feel like I know a lot of people who know them, but I've never met them. But I'm excited to go in here. The Dead Rabbit, love it.
You spent a little bit of time in a pub in your day, both on both sides of the bar.
Yeah,
right?
no, I have. Yeah, it's important. I think everyone should work in a pub at some point.
For sure.
It's good for the soul.
That's right. We've got sawdust on the floor.
We
it's
do.
all happening.
What's your step?
We know it's a good place.
I feel very at home.
So does this ring familiar to you? This feel?
The bar I
an
worked
Irish
in was
pub?
not as fancy, and it wasn't even an Irish pub. It was just a straight up normal pub in London that still exists. I went there recently.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's called Tattersalls Tavern in Knightsbridge. I can still pull a good pint though.
I bet you can.
Yeah,
I bet you can. Thanks for doing this, man.
Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about this incredible film, Belfast, which is so special to you for so many different reasons, not just because of what a special movie it is and how well it's been received, but because it speaks to your life experience.
Yeah.
So when you heard that Kenneth Branagh was making this movie, what did you think before you were even involved in it?
It's funny because I always felt like that Kenneth Branagh must have a story to tell from Belfast. You know, growing up there, I was acutely aware that Ken Branagh was from Belfast. So when I got that text from my agent saying Kenneth Branagh wants you to do his movie, it's called Belfast, and would love you to read it pretty quick, and he'd love to talk to you pretty quickly. You know, you don't get texts like that very often. It was during the first lockdown in the UK and Ireland, and the world, really. But I didn't know what I was doing work-wise. Nobody did. There's nothing shooting. There's nothing even talking about shooting at that time. So it was really pleasant just to even be in like the realms of potentiality to be working, let alone working on this like really truly brilliant thing.
So Belfast tells his story from 1969 forward. It's you know, Buddy is effectively him, a fictionalized version of him.
Yeah.
Your own experience in Northern Ireland came a little bit later than that. So what were those early conversations with Ken like about, because you grew, the Troubles were different in the 1980s and 90s for you than certainly they were in the late 60s and 70s for him.
He saw it all from its inception, from the very beginning of it, from normal everyday life being the same and being pleasant, joyous, even in the part of the city that he was in, to his world turning upside down overnight. You know, I've always, you know, admitted that I had a very much more of a middle class background than Ken did. I was born in 1982, so 13 years into a 30-year conflict. But we still feel that, you know, we're very connected as Belfast men and the people from that place who understand, you know, what it is to be from that place and the burden often from being from that place. You cannot be from that part of the world and not be negatively affected by, you know, what went on there, and constantly scratching your head about why it went on for so long, and constantly trying to explain to people about it and help them understand. I've travelled the world for 20 years since I left Belfast, telling people I'm from Belfast. You wouldn't believe some of the reactions you get when you say you're from that place, you know.
What do they say?
Well, people are just, you know, amazed that you like got out alive. People are like that, you know. All the news footage from 70s, 80s, 90s that is beamed across the world of Belfast is horrific. You see rioting in the streets, you see young kids throwing petrol bombs at the police, you see, you know, aftermath of devastation after bombs, you see tit-for-tat killings based purely on religion, people being shot, you know, waiting for buses. Like, that's all that people are getting across the world. So as a result, yeah, when you say you're from Belfast, people, they're like, Jesus. I'm like, you know what? It was actually, I had the most lovely childhood. And people who lived in way more working class areas than me had a lovely childhood too. But this was going on as a sort of constant backdrop. But the heart and the warmth of people in that city is like nowhere else in the world. I'm obviously biased, but I think all of Ireland are the warmest, friendliest, funniest, most resilient people, truly. And I think they've had to be resilient, and they've had to use humour to get through darker periods.
The other piece that strikes you is how it turned, specifically in the case of this film, neighbor against neighbor.
Sure.
Where two people who were friends for their entire lives and knew each other as neighbors and helping each other out and looking after their kids, all of a sudden were throwing firebombs into each other's houses. How do you, for an American audience or someone from the outside, how do you explain that level of conflict where it did turn friends against each other?
Yeah, I think, well, people were forced into taking sides, you know, and there's a lot of that in the film of trying to get Pa, my character, to align himself with a particular movement. And many people just didn't want to do that. That's why it's so important to see this film, to see how normal, hardworking people who didn't ask for it, weren't adding fuel to the fire, weren't becoming tribal. And Ken's family weren't like that. Most families weren't like that. They just wanted to live in peace and didn't want the disruption.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
So let's talk specifically, Jamie, about Pa, this character, because there is the influence of Ken Branagh's father. There's the influence of your father. And there's the influence of your being a father to 3 kids. So how did you approach this character in terms of keeping it true to what Ken wanted, but also to make it yours?
I have a pretty good understanding of a man from Belfast. I'm from Belfast. My dad was from Belfast. I come from a long line of men from Belfast. There's so much goodness in Pa and him trying to do the right thing for his family. And so trying to put a lot of the essence of those Belfast men who I knew and loved into Pa, but then that seemed to always be aligned with what Ken had told me about his dad and what the vision he had for his own dad. For playing his parents, like, it could have been insane pressure all the time to be very specifically like his parents were, but we never felt that. Be good, son. If you can't be good, be careful. And Ken, you know, it's also the dream of being directed by an actor, and not just any actor, like an unbelievable actor. He is so acutely aware of where your head is at all times as an actor. And he would just handle you very sort of gently into a place where you feel really ready and confident about what you're going to do. It's a real treat to be directed by, obviously such a big director, but also such a fantastic actor.
I was thinking as the credits rolled when I watched this, what pride you must have to have told the story of your city to the world. It must have felt good to see the finished product and say, okay, I think we got the story of my home city right.
Yeah, well, never more so than the 4th of November, 2021, which I will never forget, because we screened it on the first night of the Belfast Film Festival in Belfast. That was an incredible thing to behold. What I was saying earlier about the importance of this story and sort of showcasing to the world that we're actually all normal, nice, everyday, hardworking people, and we're not all aligned by religion, sectarianism. We're not all tribal. Most of us are just trying to get along. There was a very strong, powerful, palpable sense of appreciation that we were telling that story, that I think in many ways people in Belfast understand on a very different level to anyone else. And I know now that it's been released there, I've been getting a lot of texts from people saying there's been like standing ovations at the end when the credits roll. It's brilliant to hear that. I just love it, and it just shows how necessary this story is for people from home.
You mentioned your father, and I know you brought your father to this character, undoubtedly his experience and his life. And I'm so sorry about the loss of your dad last year. And I know one of your great regrets is he didn't get to see Belfast. What do you think your dad would think if you were in a theater watching Belfast?
Yeah, listen, I mean, my dad was a very proud Belfast man, and very proud of the place and the people, and but also enraged by the people and the sort of stuck in their ways politics, and always, you know, wanting to move the conversation forward. But the importance of this movie would not have been lost on him. I take comfort in the fact he knew I did it. He would have been tickled pink by the response it's got and for all the sort of accolades. I mean, my dad was proud of the stuff I've done. So, you know, like, Dad was always had my back. Some people go their whole lives without hearing those words from their folks. So I consider myself very lucky that everything I got to achieve, he got to experience and was proud of. So, but yeah, nothing would have made him more proud than this.
It's our role as dads, isn't it, to be proud of the shit stuff? That's
Yeah.
what we do.
Yeah, well, it's kind of
It's
that thing of like, you know, being handed some drawing by, you know, my 2-year-old the other day handed me some. She was getting bits of paper, and she kept asking me for glue, and she then made these 2 pictures, I guess, with like this purple glue. You know, she'd worked hard on them. You know, one was for mommy and one was for daddy, and she gave them to me. They're terrible, you know, but like, I am proud. You know, I am like,
of course.
She's really proud of them. You know, I'm like, Jesus, right, fair enough. You put the work in, and I don't know what to do with them now, really, but I appreciate them, and I'm proud of you. So it's that, I guess.
No question. Yeah. I like what you say about your dad. He's a beacon of positivity.
Yeah.
And I think that what you just said is so central to what we try to do as dads. Don't be on your deathbed and say all the things. Say them as you go.
You have to.
And that's his life is such an affirmation of what I think so many of us try to do. Say it in the moment.
We should all be like that, you know, if we can, and not even away from just the pride thing, just love too. Like, I was always told that I was loved, always, always, always. I feel like Dad even had more of a responsibility. I lost my mother when I was 16.
I know.
And my mum wasn't. She was loving, but she was not in that same way. We always felt so loved from both sides, but Dad was just more vocal about it, maybe, and certainly more tactile with us. And I've definitely inherited that from Dad rather than from Mum. And it's important. We need to feel loved. It's literally all we have. Like, so, I feel very blessed that I get to shower these 3 little girls with love constantly, and you know, and it's not a chore. Like, they're very lovable little people.
You were only 16, as you said, when your mom died, so she didn't see any of this. Obviously, she didn't even see the modeling or the beginning of your career.
No.
Do you ever stop and think about what she may be seeing or thinking somewhere far away?
Yeah. My mum was a very beautiful, very glamorous person, loved to get dressed up, always looked immaculate. And she would never have believed it. There was no signs at that stage, and if I would do anything like this, I was so obsessed with sport, probably an only sport really at that age. I'd always done drama. I did drama at school. I mean, the only prize I ever won outside of sport was a drama prize when I was 10. You know, she got to witness that, I guess.
So she did see the beginning of your career.
She did. I was in drag.
Really?
Playing a sort of pantomime. You don't have pantomimes here, do you?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, you do? Right.
Yeah.
I'm playing this pantomime called Widow Twanky, who's like a pantomime character who's always a guy in drag.
At 10?
At 10. Wow. Yeah, we had a cleaning lady called Nellie Morgan, who was my inspiration for art. I just mimicked her and scooped the big prize at 10 years old. Actually shared it. I won the joint drama prize.
Does Nellie know she inspired your acting career?
She didn't stay with us that much longer. And then, she's an amazing woman, Nellie Morgan. But I think my mum would have, she wouldn't have seen it coming. But she wouldn't be able to believe what's happened. Any part of it, even the first decade of modelling, and it didn't look like that was in my future at all.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You left Belfast when you were 19, about to be 20, I guess, to do some modeling.
Yeah, I went to university first. I went to a marketing degree.
That, by the way, that's how we all start
Yeah,
college.
right.
We don't know what we're
Well,
going to do.
you know, it was a thing where I didn't want to go to university. I truly didn't. That doesn't mean I knew what I wanted to do,
right?
But I knew I didn't want to go to university. But I did have ambitions to just honestly leave Belfast and just try something. So when I went away to uni in the northeast of England, after a year of marketing, I realized I was wasting time and my dad's money by being there. And I will forever thankful to my dad for when I did come back that summer and say, I want to drop out of university and move to London and I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to work in a pub. I worked in a bar for 6 months. He said yes, and I really said yes quickly too.
So where does the modeling come in then?
Summer 2002, I'd come back from uni. My dad, I was having a real fruitless summer. My friend and I drank a lot. And I remember one day, Dad came home and from work, my dad was a professor of medicine, obstetrician, and he sat me down and he actually called me a waster. He said he couldn't handle me wasting my life like that. So it was around that time, there was a lot of discussion in my family of like, what are we going to do about Jamie? How do you solve a problem like Jamie here? I was probably depressed looking back on it now.
Yeah.
You know, it was only a few years after Mum had died and I was probably a bit rudderless and confused about where I wanted to go. And it was then that my sister, Jessica, had seen something about like an open casting thing for this show. It was called Model Behaviour, and the idea was they plucked people from all over Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales, whatever, and they all lived in an apartment together and went on castings, and then the winner of the boys and the winner of the girls would get like modelling contracts. I was very reluctant, very embarrassed to go, didn't really tell anyone, forced one of my mates to go with me. He nearly didn't show up, and I had to like drag him out of bed, and if he hadn't, I wouldn't be sat here now. Truly, I would have been an estate agent in Belfast. But he came and I went, and I was really doing it just to be able to go, guys, I went to that thing, are you happy now? I got kicked out of the show after a day. I didn't even make it anywhere near the apartment. Like I didn't have what it took, they told me. But one of the judges was a booking agent at Select Model Management in London who you got the contract with. And I said to her, listen, do you think if I moved to London, I could actually do this? And she was like, you know, I can't really say that, I don't know, but like, if you ever come to London, give us a call. I took that to mean I'm moving to London because they want me to give me loads of money to model. So about a month later, I moved to London, went to the modelling agency and went, I'm here. And they're like, what are you doing here? And I was like, remember you said? And they're like, no, oh my God, you've actually moved to London. I was like, yeah, that's what you said. And, you know, as I say this, there's so much of that I don't recognise myself. That like the sort of audacity of it and the ambition of it that I didn't think I possessed at 20, but clearly I did. And when I was there, they were like, well, look, we can't guarantee anything. And then I just heard someone go, who's that? I turned around to him called Tandy Anderson, who owned the agency. And she said, I like your face. And I went, cool. And then that was it. And then they took me on and then things started happening quite quick. But it was all fate and luck and timing and madness.
Like so many things.
Yeah.
So you do that well. You do it successfully. Big campaigns, Abercrombie and Fitch, all these big. And then at some point you decide, okay, this has been good for me. I made some money and I've done really well, but what's the next thing? And then that's when you pursue acting,
Yeah,
effectively, right?
yeah. I got an agent at 22. I did, so not long into that, I did my first audition, was Marie Antoinette, which I got. Sophia Coppola, it was my very first thing. But I was still very half-baked about what I wanted to do. But I knew that I never got a real satisfaction out of modeling, let's say that. And I remember being told that, like, you've got a face that will, you know, the structure of your actual bones and stuff, that means you'll be able to do this for a very long time. And they were telling me that as a positive thing.
Right.
And I was just going, oh my God, no, I don't want to be doing this for a long time. So, yeah, and then I started to then realize that to be an actor, you had to actually work much harder than I was at that time. I was just thought it was cool, and now and again I'll have an audition, I'd be like, oh, okay, I'll go, and I won't put any work in. And then I put a lot of work in for a while and didn't get anywhere either, and I thought, Jesus, this is never going to happen. Then I guess eventually it did.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Yeah, you said you got the first thing you booked with Marie Antoinette, but then a long dry spell after that. And then something comes along, this book that's been written, 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
What was your first thought when they pitched you the idea?
I thought, can you imagine the scrutiny of being involved in that project?
Because the book was so huge and you're going to disappoint a bunch of people and you're not the right guy, all the things that people project onto it.
That you knew that was going to come along. That was part of saying yes to it, was all this instant negativity and scrutiny and questioning. It wasn't an instant yes. I was like, Jesus. But I got cast 5 weeks before we started filming. My wife was 34 weeks pregnant with our first child. Very strange time. I had to make a very quick decision of, could I get my family to Vancouver safely to start making these movies on such short notice? And, you know, I have, you know, zero regret with being involved in them and making them. Now, the fans really loved the books, and we made the films for the fans, and they loved the films, and they went to see them in their droves, and it made $1.4 billion. So it was a massive success in many ways, but we all know how critically panned they got. But as I said to you earlier, I'm in the wrong game if I can't take criticism.
But as you say, the opportunity afforded you, how popular it was with the people who it mattered to, that changed your life. How did you deal with the fame side of it? Because up to then, people knew you from The Fall, you had your audience, but this is something else entirely. Now you're being chased down the street, everyone wants to know more about your wife and all those things. How did you handle that?
I hid. I truly hid. When the first movie came out, we literally went away and stayed in a friend's house in the middle of nowhere. And I switched my phone off for 2 weeks.
Wow.
For the last 6 years, we've lived out in the countryside, nowhere near anything major going on. And I think that, you know, that's been part of it. Also, this whole madness of my career paralleled with becoming a father for the first time. We've had 3 kids in that time also. So we wanted to be somewhere where the kids were away from that, let alone my wife and I being subjected to that. And I think it was the right thing to do.
I've kept you too long. Before we let you go, I want to ask you about The Tourist.
Yeah.
Which is a big hit in the UK, now
Mm.
coming to HBO Max.
Yep.
Such a cool series. Just for
Yeah.
people who are thinking about watching it, what's the thumbnail sketch of the story?
The setup is a guy, he's just known as the man, is driving through the Australian outback, seemingly in quite a happy place in his head. And he's singing along to a song. Then this big truck comes very close behind him. It's very inspired by Steven Spielberg's Duel. Gets into this big race with this sort of race/chase with this truck. Becomes very dramatic, and anyway, the truck ends up slamming him off the road. Guy wakes up in hospital, no memory of who he is or why he's in Australia or why anybody's trying to kill him. We then spend the next 6 hours finding out exactly those answers, and it is really warped why he's there, and tonally it shifts around so much, and just when you think you know that you have a handle on what's going to happen, you're like sidebarred and you're totally wrong. It's a very entertaining show, and yeah, it's an exciting 6 hours of television.
Does the praise for both Belfast and The Tourist feel like vindication in any way? You talk about having a fire lit under you because some of the negative criticism that you received around the 50 Shades movies, and now for you to say, look at these.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to call it vindication, but you know, my whole life ethos is back yourself. You know, if you gave me a bit of paper now and there's a waste paper bin and you challenge me to throw it in 10 out of 10 times, I would love that challenge, and I back myself to do it 10 times. Just whatever that is, I've always had. A bit of confidence, whatever, self-belief. You really need it to do. You can't be here. You can't be trying to do this for a living if you don't have it. You know, I've always believed and lived by Peter O'Toole's words of great words make great actors. I think it's as simple as that. I've always backed myself that if I'm given a good script and a good director, I'm going to produce good work. I feel like I have so much more to offer. So, you know, in many ways, I feel like I'm just getting started. Will there be people from the entirety of my career that only see me as like one character? Yeah, sure. But that's on them.
Well, I'm happy for you to be having this moment because you're getting all the love you deserve, and it's a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for your
buddy.
time.
Thanks, buddy.
It was fun.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
It's great.
Cheers, mate.
Hey friends, welcome to your middle of the week Pop Start Plus. On the show today, one of the stars of The Gilded Age tells us about her deep connection to her character. Plus, speaking of friends, Courtney Cox stopped by to tell us all about her new spooky series, and later we're throwing it back to an absolute classic, My Cousin Vinny. But first, here's today's Pop Start. And I start with the item we teased earlier this morning. Larry David, HBO's pulled the comedian's highly anticipated documentary just hours before it was scheduled to premiere on Tuesday. The network announcing in a statement on Twitter that the two-part special is being postponed without giving the fans any real update as to when or why or what's going on. The tweet went on to explain, quote, Larry has decided he wants to do it in front of an audience. The project titled The Larry David Story was scheduled to air last night. So I guess at face value, he wants to do it in front of an audience. Maybe behind the scenes, he doesn't love the documentary. Either way, you got a lot of power at HBO to be able to play in the 11th hour. Next up, People, the magazine, just revealing the stars honored in this week's special Women Changing the World issue. On the cover, one of our favorite artists around here, Lizzo. The Grammy winner, opening up to the magazine about dealing with body shamers and protecting her mental health. And in addition to the Truth Hurts singer, you're going to see some other great women being recognized in the issue, including Rita Moreno, Goldie Hawn, and Jeopardy star Amy Schneider. For the full story, be sure and check out that new issue of People. It hits newsstands on Friday. Next up, Earning It, narrated by chart-topping artist Ciara. The 5-part docuseries is shining a light on some of the trailblazing women working in the NFL and opening doors for more to join both on and off the field. Here's a quick peek.
The pipeline for women in the NFL wasn't built overnight. It is still a work in progress. But those leading the way have built a foundation, one that leads from the stands to the sideline. And for a chosen few, the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
All 5 episodes of Earning It, the NFL's Forward Progress, are streaming now on Peacock. Next up, The Courtship, Hoda, your favorite new show. Love is in the Air, on NBC's new dating show that's making all of your Bridgerton dreams a reality. The new series is taking one woman back in time to Regency-era England, where she's going to be courted by 16 eligible suitors. And here's a peek at Miss Nicole Remy meeting them for the first time.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you all so much for being a part of this with me. I'm just so grateful. I just want you guys to know, like, I am in pursuit of something that I feel like I need in my life. Like, I'm confident with everything else, and love is one thing that's missing. So I'm 100% all in.
Is it real? That costume budget looks like it's more than our annual budget here. That just looks cinematic, doesn't it?
It's like stepping into a fairy tale.
It is a good idea
you
for
go to a ball,
that era.
You ride in a carriage.
Is it like The Bridgerton meets The Bachelor?
But these shows are known to get so raunchy in the hot tub. It's going to be weird to see how that all works into this
It's a cloth
civilized society.
What?
The Courtship is the name of it. It kicks off Sunday here on NBC. You can also stream it the following day on Peacock. And now the plus in Pop's Art. A couple more headlines for you. First up, Getting Organized. Our favorite tidying team is back. Clea and Joanna from The Home Edit are returning for a second season of their hit Netflix series. This time around, their superstar organizing skills have landed them a new lineup of celebrity clientele from all across the country. Here's a peek.
We are professional organizers. Post Get Organized on Netflix. Everything changed overnight. We have clients all over the country, including some celebrities. How do you do what you do?
Wow.
They have this way about them that adds a magic to the entire space.
This space has just been overwhelming.
Welcome to the chaos.
I literally have like a million props. I mean, that's why you guys are here.
Challenge accepted.
Wow, the big celebs on season 2. I think that started with Hoda in her closet, though, a few years ago. Season 2 of Get Organized with The Home Edit, that streams on Netflix on April 1st. Coming up, and finally, Julia. On Tuesday, HBO dropped the first trailer for a new biographical series about the culinary icon Julia Child, starring Sarah Lancashire and David Hyde Pierce. The show's going to follow the famous chef's career with her long-running cooking show. Here's a peek of that.
I've had a recurring thought that I'd like to propose to you. An educational cooking show, hosted by myself.
Feels flimsy to me. This is public television, for God's sake.
Shouldn't we go with someone with a more camera-friendly look and a less distinctive sound?
You were onto something so big. I'm just sorry that my colleagues don't have the vision to see it yet.
Where are these gentlemen? One of the advantages of looking like me is that you learn at a young age how not to take no for an answer.
Foodies everywhere are going to love that. That looks good. Julia hits HBO on March 31st. Those are your Pop's Art Plus headlines. Coming up, a look at The Gilded Age with one of its stars. Stick around.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
And welcome back to Pop's Art Plus, the new HBO show. Well, it's an HBO Max show. It's called The Gilded Age, and it's from the creator of Downton Abbey. It portrays what the transformative time of the 1880s New York might have looked like. Danae Benton plays Peggy Scott and told us her work has reminded her that she's always belonged.
New York is a collection of villages. The old have been in charge since before the revolution, until the new people invaded.
How I would describe the Gilded Age is just finery at its best meets really exciting social drama.
I hope you're not against Miss Scott. She'll disrupt things.
Maybe we need a bit of disruption.
Peggy Scott. I feel like I'm deeply in love with her. She is a young, aspiring writer. As a black woman in the 1880s, she's educated. Her father owns a pharmacy. She's supposed to inherit the pharmacy, but she has her own dreams.
There aren't any colored writers, especially women writers, who can make a living wage.
I will soon find out how much colored women writers make.
I remember when I read Peggy's breakdown and I saw myself so completely, and I felt protective of her because she felt like this spiritual ancestor of mine that kind of also came to remind me that I've always belonged. I think that there's so many limiting perspectives for Black people and Black artists, what we take in from the media, from our history books about what we can and can't be. And the idea of being the first is kind of this illusion that keeps you cut off from your power and from your history. And I always dealt with not quite feeling like I belonged, and then I saw Peggy, and I was like, oh my God, I've always existed. You know, people who move through the world like me, Black women who move through the world like me, and that tightrope that we walk has always been there. And so it's been really healing, actually, to get to share Peggy and get to be this intimate in relationship with her story.
Have you ever thought about writing anything political, Miss Scott?
I have.
Don't ask her if she's a Republican.
Well, why should I align myself with either party when I don't have the right to vote? Working with this entire cast has been a masterclass. As a theater kid, I mean, I don't know if there's any scenes without a Tony nominee or Tony winner present. So I was just fangirling inside all the time. And then Audra was just the icing on the cake that I didn't even dare imagine. I couldn't have, you know, my 15-year-old self like obsessively watching her YouTube videos and seeing her do for me what I hope Peggy gets to do for other young Black girls is like so special.
I'm going now. You just remember, we are all held fast, frozen in time until you finally allow us to move forward.
Honestly, all of the scenes that I got to shoot in the Scott house were just so amazing. They were written so well. The set, like walking into this brownstone and having the whole set decorated with these photographs, these true photographs of Black families from this time, Black upper class families from this time. It was like images that have been really hidden from all of us in this country. We all had so much fun shooting that scene with Marion and the shoes. Like, we all just viscerally had our own experience with that type of white nonsense, including Louisa.
Old shoes.
I thought, what did you think, Miss Brooke? That we would need cast-off shoes?
We're like laughing between takes at the looks that, you know, the housekeeper was giving her. It was so alive. Louisa and I talked a lot about Peggy and Marion's relationship, and we also talked about the nuances of intimacy between Black and white women right now in 2022 and what makes it difficult and challenging and where white supremacy really gets in the way of true sisterhood getting to form. And so we were like, how do we show a true, honest relationship develop that also really gets to honor the time it would take to build that trust? I want viewers to see that we all have our divine right to our own sovereignty and to carving out a life path that makes sense to us. And I think that as a Black woman, it's kind of a radical act. She's 20 years out of a country where she literally couldn't have owned her own body as herself. And so I want Black people to see that kind of freedom and access to the story that's always been theirs and always will be. And I want the United States at large to really just take ownership of the true diversity that has made up this nation, and that the story that we see doesn't exist without every type of person existing on every level. I'm really excited for the audience to get to finally find out what all of Peggy's secrets are. You know, my mom, everyone's always like, why is she meeting with that lawyer? What's going on? You know, and so we will definitely get to see that story unfold and see the path it sets her on. And I think her and Marion kind of come to these crossroads moments of, are they gonna choose themselves or are they gonna choose this other path? And so I think everyone will be excited to see that. And then I think season 2, for my character, I'm hearing whispers of just getting to go even deeper into the nuances of her world and to the nuances of the Black world of that time. And so I am really thrilled about that.
You can catch new episodes of The Gilded Age Monday nights on HBO and streaming on HBO Max. Coming up, our visit with a friend in Studio 1A. That's right, the delightful Courtney Cox.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
And we're back. Courtney Cox, everyone's favorite tidy friend, is returning to the small screen in Shining Vale on Starz. She plays a mom who senses things are not quite right when her family moves into an old mansion. And Courtney stopped by Studio 1A to tell us all about the new show.
Cox starred as everyone's favorite tidy friend, Monica Geller, on NBC's hit sitcom, and now she is returning to the small screen. It's a spooky new show. Courtney plays a wife and a mother of 2 going through a midlife crisis who seems to be the only member of her family seeing spirits in their new and haunted home. Courtney, this sounds like perfect for you. I was just thinking, like, it takes Scream, it takes a little fun with friends. It's like the perfect combo.
It really is. It's just one of the greatest times in my life that I get to play a character that is so layered. She is a mother of a teenage daughter. Yeah. She is going through depression, menopause, writer's block, you name it. And she's trying to get her family back together after having an affair with the handyman.
Oh, so totally normal. And it's totally creepy, too. Like, there's a part of it that's really, like, scary.
Oh, it's scary, yeah. Mira Sorvino, who's an incredible actor, plays the character named Rosemary, who, I mean, like she's got a very dark past, and she is at this house, and she's scary.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. So when you read the script, did you say, yeah, that's for me?
Absolutely, the first thing. I mean, it's created by Sharon Horgan, who's this incredible actress, writer, and Jeff Astroff, who I've known since Friends. So it's got this perfect combination of, it's a dark comedy, it's also, really, really scary, and I couldn't be happier with it. It's fun.
Did you shoot it in the same lot that you shot Friends?
Yeah.
How weird was that?
I know, stage 5. It's the first year we shot Friends, and I walked in, and that's where I do my writing in the show, and all these memories flooded back. We had one bathroom, and just where the
unchanged.
Most of the cast would play poker, and I was watching the OJ trial.
That's what you did during. I cannot believe your daughter is 17.
I know.
Are you freaking out? Are you an empty nester yet?
I'm gonna be, yeah.
God.
And I didn't think about it for a while, and recently it hit me, and that's gonna be tough.
How do you anticipate it being? Like, do you think, will everything be different for you when that happens?
I think so. I mean, she is the kind of kid that's either in her room or out. So there will be things like, I didn't notice she was here anyway. She's very independent, and but it's going to be hard for sure.
By the way, she's got a beautiful singing voice. I've got to listen to her on your Instagram a little bit. It's really good.
She's really good.
Is that something she's thinking about?
Oh, for sure.
pursuing?
She's going to go into the arts, and 100%.
How about you? You're like playing the piano, and you just yell to her, "Coco, come sing," and she's like, "No, I'm not coming." She just does.
I can't get her to do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking about just the dishes. I cannot get her to help me on I just want her to sing for me on a little piano. No, she won't.
Your house, I was just watching some of the stuff you do. It seems like such a fun place to be. You invite in, like, you'll have Ed Sheeran, Elton John said that people are coming over for dinner. What is life like at your home?
Well, I've been having these Sunday gatherings forever because there's really no community in LA. It's so spread out. I don't have any family there. My closest sister's in Newport. So I've been doing this for the longest I can remember. My grandmother used to do it. I have 21 first cousins, so I kind of need that.
You have 21
gathering.
first cousins?
Yeah. So now that I live in LA, I have all kinds of people.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a real coup to have Elton John.
How did that even come to be? What was that?
Ed invited him for dinner because he was staying there, and I was obviously in awe. But I do have a really interesting group. It could change every week. It doesn't matter what you do. It's nice. You meet people that you would never normally meet, and I don't mean famous. I'm just talking about
regular,
just great people.
Wow. We're both 57, which when I was reading that, I was just like, wow. And you talked about, I think it was to one of the magazines, about how we were all chasing our youth. We want to go, we want to go back in time. And how do you feel about that as we sit here in these chairs today?
Well, I had made some comment that was really blown out of proportion.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to teach anybody anything. I was just talking about myself, and it was years ago. But I mean, aging is not easy, but you just, at a certain point, you just relax into it and are happy with the parts that are good about it. I mean, I used to come here and would have been a nervous wreck, and now I'm older.
Totally chill.
I'm comfortable. I just talk to you all day.
You used to be a nervous wreck here?
Well, I was just thinking, who does this? And it's all live, and oh my God, him timing and 4 seconds, wave to the camera. And I was like,
now
okay.
you're a different place. Are you happy right now?
Oh yeah, I'm really happy.
By the way, your man is hot.
Oh,
You have a great man. Are you guys getting married or?
We've been together for 8 years,
Yeah.
and he's just, I don't think about marriage. We just are
happy.
Yeah.
You're just happy.
Yeah.
Like Goldie and Kurt, you're just happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's so talented, and I still have a talent crush.
See, that's the coolest.
And a great voice.
He's got a great voice, too.
I don't mean singing. I sometimes just say, do you mind leaving me a voice message, even though we just hung up?
Just so you can listen to him. Wow. Well, good luck with this show. I hope a lot of people check it out. It's called Shining Veil. It premieres Sunday night on Stars. Courtney, thank you for coming to see us.
Thank you.
And we should mention Shining Veil premieres again on Stars Sunday night. Still to come, we're marking 30 years, if you can believe it, of the classic My Cousin Vinny.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. You know, this month marks 30 years since the release of the beloved My Cousin Vinny. Joe Pesci starring as a wise guy Brooklyn lawyer who travels south to defend an innocent relative. And he joined Today back in 1992 to fill us all in on that role.
Vinny Gambini, what's he like?
Well, he's a street guy from Brooklyn who has a lot of heart, a little tough guy, but he uses all his street smarts and whatever brightness he has to try to get his cousin out of jail who's being held for murder in Alabama. So it's a lot of fun when he gets down there.
Yeah, Vinny's fairly unsophisticated about the judicial process. In terms of the movie, is he ignorant?
Well, I don't think he's ignorant. I mean, he's ignorant to the process in the court. He's never been in the courtroom before. So he doesn't know what he's doing, but he learns, he watches the other lawyer, and he reads. The one thing that it doesn't show in the film that was probably cut out somewhere along in the editing was that he's dyslexic. So his big problem is that he can't read fast enough, so it's hard for him, and it's pretty funny.
How much freedom, Joe, did you have in terms of defining Vinny's character?
I had a lot of freedom. I always start off that way with the director and producers. I get a vision of what I think the character should look like and what he should be like from the script, and then I usually go with that, and they let me, thank God.
Is it true what I heard, that you used the character that you played in Raging Bull to help you define Vinny?
No, I heard that too. I think that somehow the writer said that when he was writing it, he may have said that he had me in mind, and maybe from seeing Raging Bull, but I certainly don't see any similarities. I think Vinny uses his street smarts to better himself in a way, to educate himself better, and he wants to be an attorney, so he's looking for a better life for himself, not just a street kid, All
right, let's run the clip in here, and I'll set it up. One of the two youths who charged, innocent youths, I might add, who are charged in an Alabama town with murder is your cousin. This is where the two of them meet you and try to decide who's representing them.
What kind of cases have you had?